Good morning, everyone. We'll go ahead and call the meeting to order. So let's start with roll call, and we'll start with Trustee Jan Gris.
Present.
Trustee Lisa Marks. Present. Trustee Elizabeth Martinez.
Present.
And Trustee Kathy Toasty.
Here.
And Carla Torres de Luna here. Anyone like to lead us in the flag salute? Any volunteers?
I will.
Thank you.
Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Do we have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved. Oh, sorry. So moved.
Second.
All right. No discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? No. All right. And our next agenda item is our trustee workshop. Thank you, Jackie.
Well, thank you all, and it's a real delight to be here. I am going to try to get the PowerPoint up, and there we go. So, thank you all for inviting me to come back and spend some time with you, going over some of the things that we did at our last workshop, and also taking a look at what are things that, we want to continue to be working on so that we can become the most effective board for Hollister School District. To that end, come on. Hello.
Hold on 1 second.
Okay. Technology is our friend. Technology is our friend. Well, why don't you continue working a little bit, and then as soon as we get our technology up and running, we'll kind of go through the agenda. One of the first things that we're doing this morning is to kind of capture people's thoughts on what's going well since our last workshop in November, and what are some things that we might need to improve on. So we'll be taking your thoughts and compiling them so we have some directions. We want to know, what should we be celebrating? What are our successes? And also, what are some of the things that we may want to improve on? So, why don't you take about another 5 minutes, and then we will proceed to go through the agenda.
Jackie, after I do this, you want me to take a picture?
Yeah, I think that would work,
Okay, I'll send it to Erica?
please. Yeah,
Or
easy.
send it to,
Or to me. Do you have my email?
or I'll send it to Bob.
Okay. Okay, how is everyone doing? Do you need one more minute? Okay. I'll be happy to pick them up. Mhm. Thank you. Here.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you had it.
Bubble fingers.
You know, oh no. And then, yeah, yeah.
So that must have been scary.
Yeah.
My daughter, yeah, right away texting, just checking on her about the thing at the high school.
Oh, the explosion?
But
What you hear and what,
to remember,
oh.
I was just checking on her personally.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a nice microphone right there.
Is that new?
Is that new?
Yeah, kind of.
It's a nice mic.
I was telling him, I was at a meeting a couple weeks ago, the superintendent symposium, and they had a microphone that looked like an owl. It had, it looked like
cute.
2 eyes and ears, and it would move according to where the speaker was.
nice.
So, right, yes,
That's fancy.
Erica spoke, and moved its head. It was really kind of disconcerting.
Something's watching you.
Exactly. Okay, well, while everyone is just kind of finishing up, and thank you so much for sharing your thoughts, I'd like to go over the agenda with you. So we're going to start out with a quick welcome activity. Again, going back to warming up, because it is still a little chilly in this room. And then we're going to clarify the purpose. One of the other things that we're going to be spending time on is to kind of review what we did the last time we were together, make sure that it is what we want it to be, see what revisions, edits we might want to put in. So we're going to take a look at the norms and also look at the protocols that we agreed on last time. After that, we're going to look at, are there any additional protocols that you want to add? Because one of the things that we'd like to do is get all of this put together into a governance handbook. So no matter what happens, no matter if, down the road there are changes in leadership, in board members, whatever, you have something put together that people can look at and say, okay, this is how we do things. And it can really be used for, right,
This
exactly.
is what we got when we first, I was telling Lisa, this is from 2018.
Yes,
But I figured it's something like this, right?
Yeah, and I was given something in 2020 that looks completely different.
So this is good to have.
right. This is really kind of what we're aiming for, is to get this all put together so that anytime there's someone who comes on the board, that can be given.
Yes.
But also, I think one of the things, and we talked about this last time about calendaring, I think it's important for you to be calendaring after a board election, if there's a new board member, there should be a board orientation. So you go over all of the agreements in the handbook, the new board members really become aware of what needs to be done. So, that being said, we're gonna also take a look, and you remember last time we were here, you did a great job of starting on the mission and vision, but you wanted more input, so that was what happened at the end of last time. We have more inputs, we want to take a look at, really kind of solidifying the mission and vision, so we can not only have that up in our handbook, but also that should be something that's a guiding mantra, if you will. So it should be up in all of our schools, it should be on your website, it should be something that really, shows this is what we're about. And then the last thing we're going to be taking a look at, and you did a wonderful job last time, if you recall, all those charts we had up on the wall and all the millions of things that we would like the new superintendent to do, but really trying to winnow it down into things that are manageable. We call them SMART goals, they're specific, they're measurable, they're achievable, they're realistic, all of those things. So that's what we're going to be working on today. And do I have any other quick rights to pick up? Do I have them all? Okay. So the next thing we're going to do is, I want you to think about this. If you were the weather this week, what would you be? Would you be sunny and mild? Would you be cloudy with a chance of sprinkles? Would you be stormy with lightning strikes? What would you be? So just think for a minute about that and think about your week, this last week. What would you be? And then we'll go around and see what you felt your week was like.
Where do we start from, me?
Whoever would like to start, are you volunteering?
Sure.
All right, go for it, Lisa.
If I were weather, I would be changeable. So I might start out with fog.
You would be Hollister?
Exactly. Much like the place that I live. I would start out with overcast and fog, slowly opening up to some sunlight, partly cloudy. And then, and changeable. So, I mean, who knows what could happen in the day. Hopefully ending on a sunny sunset with pretty colors on the horizon.
Oh, how nice, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, Kathy.
Sunny and mild,
Oh,
with a little bit of, little chance of wind in there, but sunny and mild.
okay, we need to go back though. Tell me why let me start back over here. So Lisa, why did you choose that to be your weather forecast for the week?
Oh, because I'm slow to wake. And so I have fog until I'm amped with coffee. And there's a lot happening right now. There's a lot in flux. I'm trying to find the sun through the clouds, but the clouds are there, and so I have to acknowledge that. And the changeability, so the allowing for something else to happen, again, varies on any particular day. There just is a lot right now. I mean, from just the normal things we deal with on the daily basis to everything that's going on in our district and with COVID and in general. And then personally, I have a lot of challenges right now too, so it's a lot.
Okay, that's a lot,
But I'm aiming for the sunlight at the end of the day.
And Kathy, you were sunny and mild, so what's been going on in your week?
I think I just try to stay positive and keep things at an even keel, and that's about it.
So it's been a relatively smooth sailing this
Yes.
week. Good, good. Okay, Liz.
I pretty much like Kathy, sunny, partly cloudy, only because for me, I still work and I work in a school district, so every day is just, you don't know. Every day is a different day, and there are some really great things, and there are some really challenging things, and there's some sad things. in there. And so, like Lisa, you know, we try to balance our, you know, our work, our family life, you know, and those are difficult at times and challenging where they contradict at times. And the focus for, I think, a mother, wife, you know, a leader is there are certain expectations that I feel we don't always hit our mark because we have so much on our plate. And it's a little bit challenging sometimes, and it's not always a good feeling.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I'm hearing a lot from, you know, people such as yourself who work in the schools or board members that, you know, obviously are leaders of a district. And we spend so much time being really invested and concerned about our students' social and emotional health that we oftentimes don't pay any attention to the adults in the organization. And I do think that that's something that all of us have to be really more mindful of because of that. Okay, thank you. Carla?
I think I would probably be like a sunny, but like, you know, have you ever been to any tropical area where it's sunny and hot, but then there's like this rainstorm that comes in?
Monsoon.
Right? Really crazy rainstorm. And you're like, right? But, so I think that, and the reason why I think, you know, like everybody said, just a lot going on. We just got out of this surge, and what does that mean, and what happened? And for me, you know, I'm always thinking ahead. I'm like, when is it going to happen again? What are we going to do? So that's just how I am. And then I'm really worried about our district. So I've been thinking about it. I'm sure, like everybody, every day without fail. And it weighs heavy. And that's the storm. But the sun's there. Like, I know that we're gonna get through this. I know we are. But it's just a hard time.
Absolutely. Jan, can you?
Well, I started the week very stormy and with lightning because that was day 2 of my COVID. And I had a throat that was just incredibly sore and still lingering with the headache and a really bad cough. So I didn't feel very good. As the week progressed, I'm feeling better each day. So I'm leading towards sunny. The cloudy, I think, I concur with everybody in the board about the resurgence, the masking, how are we going to do things. I'm very worried that the state's going to throw school boards underneath the bus on the masks and make it a local decision, and, you know, we're not going to get any backup. So I'm worried about that. And then, frankly, I'm worried about our budgetary issues. And we've got some...
we have some ill will within our community about some misinformation that's out there, that supposedly things that we have done as a board and we haven't. And this misinformation is being spread into all different areas of the community, and that is very disturbing. And so it really affects me as that we are not being good messengers of our message. And somehow or another we have to change that. So that's
Okay.
mine.
Well, thank you. Yeah, definitely understandable, especially since you can't be here with us and you aren't missed.
Yeah. Miss everybody.
And Erica, can we see Jan? Can you see us?
Yes, but you're just a little pinhole.
Oh, because it's...
No, if I
Because
have
it's on
the
presentation.
agenda, it takes the intro activity takes the
I'm gonna ask Erica if you'd share, what weather was your week like for you?
Well, I am fairly an optimist, but I try to look at things through all angles. I would select cloudy with a chance of sprinkles. And for me, when we have a chance of sprinkles or we have a chance of rain, it's a renewal. I love to go outside and just smell the earth once that precipitation hits the ground. I love to think that the chance of sprinkles would sprout something new the next day, the grass, or among that cloudiness or among those sprinkles, there might be a beautiful rainbow, that might just light up the sky. So because of the renewal aspect, I would pick cloudy with a chance of sprinkles.
Okay, very good. And I think that's definitely something that you've all touched on. Even though the weather, this last week or today might be one thing, there's always tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
There's always a new beginning. And so I think that's what all of us have to continually focus on. Well, thank you all so much. Really appreciate you sharing that. So one of the next things that I want to focus on, I love technology. I love technology. Yay, thank you. And that is why you're all here. And we had talked about this at the beginning of the first time we were together in November, why you chose to become board members. What was it that you held dear about the Hollister School District that made you want to give of your time, bear that heavy burden at times that, you've talked about, the things that, keep you up at night. So what is that? And I think it's the collective purpose that you all expressed. And it was so clear when you were talking about the mission and values. It was singular. Every single one of you had exactly the same interest. And it's what's in the best interest of the kids we serve. And I think we constantly have to go back to that. We always have to make sure that that's the lens through which all the decisions that we make are viewed, If you didn't have that kind of a collective purpose, every one of you could decide, well, here's my agenda, and I'm not interested in what's in the best interest of the kids we serve. I'm interested in what's in it for me. And that's not going to do justice to the children that you serve. So just making sure that in all of what we're doing, we make sure that we look through that lens of what's in the best interest of the kids we serve. And as we continue with our work today, I want you to remember that the reason that we do effective governance workshops and things is because we know that effective boards can greatly, positively impact decisions that directly affect kids. So the better your governance is as a team, the better the decisions are going to be that affect children. So, moving right along, we're going to go back to some of the things that we talked about last time, again, just to review and make sure that we're all in agreement. So a quick review. According to CSBA, these are the kinds of things that really help governance teams do what they need to do. And so we're going to talk about the group norms that you agreed on, the protocols that we talked about, processes, guidelines, and established operations. Again, we want to be the best, most effective governance team that we can be for the kids. So Erica has the norms that you discussed last time, and I'd like to take a look at those, and also, if you could hold up,
Okay.
and especially maybe for Jan and the camera. So remember the board that we worked on last time? So let's take a look at these norms and then see, are there any that we want to add to this? Or any you want to take away? So if we look on the left, and you all have this, do you have a
So
copy
they
of
might
this?
have it from some of the previous meetings. If not, I have copies here.
You have it right here, too.
And then we have it here.
Yeah.
if we want to pass those maybe that way. There's a big one.
Sure, this one. Yeah, we could share. And we don't have to hold
And
it up.
again, just like your mission and vision statements, this is something that has to be a living document. So this should be visible in all of your, your board meeting room here. It should be visible throughout the building so that everyone knows that this is the way that we operate as members of the Hollister School Board. So let's take a look. Is everyone in agreement on respect differences of opinion?
Yes.
Be willing to compromise?
Yes.
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 It's okay to not have a consensus?
Yes.
Okay. Focus on the process, not personalities. Good with that?
Yes.
Acknowledge each other's points of view. Don't take things personally. Encourage everyone to verbalize. Be open to new ideas. And probably the most important one, make student-centered decisions.
Yes.
So are there any things that you think we should add to the norms? And Jan, if you want to chime in whenever, please do, because we can't see you here.
I feel like these are good, and I worry like about adding, because then you kind of water things down, right? Like I think it's good for us to have focus, and I think that's a good idea.
But see, these are what we're holding each other accountable to.
Right.
And again, I know accountability for some people, it's like, oh my gosh, it's like a bad word, but it shouldn't be. It really shouldn't be, because I think we all have to set a standard of how we're going to treat one another, and it starts with the board. And the expectations should, from that point, come down to the whole organization. Because if we're gonna hold ourselves to this, then that should be what is instilled within the district.
Right, absolutely. Jan, do you have any comments on this?
Yes, one of the, in fact, in the quick write, we don't do like a summing up, after we talk about something, we should sum up so everybody's on the same page when we go to the next subject. I don't know if that's a norm or not, but it should be a part of the process, and we're missing that part of the process. So sometimes we leave and one board member has one idea and another board member says, oh no, this is what we decided upon. And so we need a summing up, a summary of what we decided, that there's a wrap up.
So like a clarification or a paraphrasing of decisions that have been made.
Yes.
So after the board makes a decision, there will be a clarification, an agreement as to what that decision was, something like that?
Yes, so that everybody understands what we just did.
Okay. Let me ask a question. Do you normally have a vote on decisions?
Sure, on action items.
Okay, so if you
It's
have
in
a
our
vote, that
minutes.
would be in the minutes, right?
Right.
So I think sometimes we vote, and then there are other things that there are just discussion and not action items, and we walk out and think, well, this happened, and no, it wasn't that way.
Right.
And so, and there, it's because someone interpreted, I'll give you the example, we had a board meeting, and I thought that because it was in the budget, and we approved the budget, that it's a done deal. And then we had a discussion, but I still thought because of even though the discussion, we approved the budget, so it's a done deal. And it turned out it wasn't a done deal. So I didn't understand that. And
Okay.
so thinking we need to clarify everything before we go to the next step. And I know sometimes I'm slow, but I can't be the only one that's slow.
Okay, so there is some need to clarify discussion
Yeah.
items.
Yes.
Yeah, Lisa?
I think it's a great idea, but does it, I mean, I don't know if is it a norm?
Well,
Does-
the norm is supposed to be part of the process, right?
It could be a protocol. We could add it to the protocols. After each discussion, there will be a clarification to ensure understanding of
That's good.
direction, something like that.
Yeah, no, I think it needs to be addressed, I just don't know that
That's a perfect place.
it's about the meeting.
Well,
It's not about us as a group and
Right.
how we walk in the world and how we expect our district to walk into the world, right?
But I think
Right.
that could be done ahead of, of the meeting. Because many times there are certain topics that are just very in-depth. And we do have let's just talk about the budget for one, okay? We're dumbfounded when
Right.
it comes to that. But having some beforehand explanation, breaking it down for us. This is, the
These are the
budget.
pieces.
These are the key pieces. Because many times I think for me, myself, as a board member, getting the board packet a few days before really makes it hard to digest the information, and a lot of it is still over my head. In that sense of I'm trying to make sense of it. And so I can't then build on questions other than I don't understand it.
Right.
So, but what is it you don't understand? It's like a child. I
Right.
don't get it, teacher. Well, what don't you get? Everything.
Yeah.
So I think for me, getting it before and breaking it down for us really would help with the discussion and with the overall understanding of what it was we were voting on versus having us trying to do something at the end to try to recap what it was that we understood or didn't understand or what we voted on. So that was just my suggestion.
So could there be something, when we get to the protocols, we'll talk about this, Susan. For complex issues, the board will, be involved in either a study session or a workshop prior to having to vote.
Which we
I would
are
like that.
working on.
Okay.
We have, that's something we're doing next Tuesday with the budget, right? We all were like, can we have a workshop or a
Yeah.
study session?
A study session,
Because
maybe.
just seeing the numbers, I feel very similar. It's hard to digest in 2 days, right? And I think with Jan's example, it's hard to, in retrospect, there were questions that we should have, asked that we didn't know that's what,
Right.
that there was a timeline, there was logistics, there was things that needed to happen, which was why it wasn't a done deal as we thought it was a done deal, right? So I think those clarification for us, and really I think it's also, homework for us too, really, we talked about just getting ourselves more versed with CSBA and training, and so I don't know if that's norms though, I don't know.
Well, I
It's
think
just us.
I think most of it are protocols, because, there's some districts that have a protocol about, when board members receive their packets, they will ask if there's any questions, be sure that they get those questions answered before the board meeting. Actually, you'll see, I think you have one of those kinds of protocols. We may need to kind of flesh it out. But I think also adding a protocol about, I think complex issues require more in-depth investigation.
Yes.
And that's really where study sessions are, I think, should be called. And I would say that should be added to the protocol, because and you all know, a lot of it is time sensitive, which is also the other piece of it, right? Yeah.
And that's where I believe our governance calendar will come into play.
Yes,
Right. We
yes.
can be better prepared.
Yes.
Absolutely, right. So and remember, you had a change in leadership with your superintendent. So this is your beginning year, right? Of really being able to figure out, what do I have to do, when do I have to do it? And how do I do it and make sure that we have enough advance time to schedule those study sessions and things like that. You probably saw on the news, I was just chatting with Erica when I came in this morning, Oakland School District decides it's gonna close schools, and they make that decision in a week.
I've been watching that every day. I have friends out there.
You know,
It's
teachers are
tough.
doing hunger strikes, and I mean,
That's tough.
obviously, from a distance, when I see it on my TV, I say to myself, a week? What was the
Yeah.
cursor to this? But again, hindsight's easier than foresight, but you're right. I think, Kathy, you hit the nail on the head in terms of the calendar and being able to really kind of foresee, and you all know, or you will know down the road, when the budget situations come up, when you have to really have your study sessions, things like that. So I think we'll look at that. Jan, any comments on that?
Well, the biggest thing is, I think you see, Jackie, that we're a board that wants to learn, we want to do well. We have a superintendent that is supporting our education and wants us to do well. And when we would bring these things up, we don't worry about it. And I don't know, we were told everything was, milk and honey. So everything's fine, we're fine. We got all these millions, don't worry about anything, got you covered. And then the rug was pulled out from underneath our feet. And now, we're facing these things, and frankly, none of us, I think I can speak fairly, saying that we felt bamboozled, so we need to step up our game, and thankfully we've got a superintendent that is backing us up on this, and you're helping us. But we need to not let this ever happen to our district again. So I think for me, as a lifelong, this was, where I spent most of my working life is, I don't want to see this happen to any board. We don't want to see this happen to any board, what happened to us.
Definitely. Liz had her hand up.
So, she's just a little low, just
Yeah,
to
can you
pick her up.
speak up so we can hear you a little bit?
Okay,
There.
Perfect,
So
Jan.
much better, thank you.
okay, so did you hear what I said then?
Yes.
Or- Okay.
So-
I just don't want this to happen to any other board. I know we don't have a crystal ball, but everybody in this team wants our district to do well. Everybody in this team does not want this to happen to another board. And we just want to put in places and procedures, and we have a superintendent who's supporting us in our education and will help us. And that's what we want to do. We want to make our district stronger from this unfortunate learning experience. And that's what we got to get out of this. We've got to get a silver lining out of this.
Well, and I think that's going to happen. I mean, I truly believe that everything that you're doing now is really, showing the community that you have the capability and the willingness to ensure that you're going to get Hollister School District on a firm footing. That's the message. You have to control the narrative, and the narrative has to be, we're doing everything we can to ensure that we're not going to be in a difficult situation moving forward. Yes, Kathy?
Jackie, that is our message, but is it getting out there? Is it? Is it getting out there? That's
Well-
definitely our message.
It's not.
Yeah, I don't think it is, Kathy, and that's why we need to work on that, on the narrative, especially like about the PE teachers and, that kind of stuff. We're allowing the public to run with that narrative, and we need to change that narrative.
So that might be something that we want to discuss on how does a district control the narrative?
Yes.
How
yes.
do you do that?
Mhm.
Because that's kind of the watchword, I think, for most districts, particularly districts, we'll just use this example of Oakland. They are not controlling their narrative.
No,
Um,
no.
But there have been a lot of districts who've been very successful in closing schools. But it's the how.
It's the how.
It's the how. And I think that's the issue of how do you control the narrative so that your parents, your larger community, your teachers, your classified, everybody knows what your message is.
Mhm.
Yeah, Liz.
So I think for me, in seeing when a superintendent had help and when a superintendent doesn't have help, a lot of things fall through the cracks. And so only because the superintendent has a lot
Yeah.
on their plate
Mhm.
and cannot run a meeting, take notes, be the secretary, they need someone to help them stay organized. Keep whatever is happening in the meeting as important notes to, we have to bring this back, this is where the board is at with certain items, as to then help the superintendent recall, we need to bring this back at this meeting, whatever, debrief. But because I think that is what is still kind of holding us back. Only because even for me as, a school employee, I've seen it in my district with a superintendent who has had an administrative assistant and who doesn't. And it runs a lot smoother when you have someone supporting the superintendent. And again, because there are so many things that we have that we want information on, that we, have discussed at a board meeting, and because we don't have a calendar or it's being tracked in that fashion, I feel like we are letting things slide. And it's been going on for a while. It's not new, but we really need to address it to really get better at what we need to do and to stay on top of things and not feel like things are falling through our fingers and feel like we're misinformed or not fully abreast of what's going on. I think it's important to consider that.
Carla, and then we're gonna see if Jan wants to chime in.
I
Carla?
think we've talked about this a couple of times. We talked about it at our last
Right.
session together. We talked about, in a simple example, concrete was these, right? And Erica did laminate and give them to us, so at every board meeting we have them. But what we talked about was, do our staff know that this is what we're doing? Does everyone in the district know that this is the mission and this, like you said, posting them? And then the other thing we've talked about recently is, having like some kind of parent, whether it's a pre-recording or something, and not just parent, a community video summary of this is where the district is, to control the narrative, because I agree, it's over here. And even, and I could say what I wrote and that I want to share.
Of course,
in the,
sure.
I wrote ways to improve was the two examples of how KSPW came out and did a piece when the Omicron, and then Benito Link did a piece, and both said that we didn't have any comment, and that was unfair. That we didn't have an opportunity. We were given like a 2 to 3 hour window on one, and the other one I don't even know what happened. So, and the public doesn't know that.
Right, of course not.
So how do we, and I know there's legal things and there's, other things, but how can we just give factual information and get on top of what's really going on? I think we need to do that.
Well, there's a couple things I'm hearing. One is, I think we do need to have a discussion on what are possibilities for controlling the narrative. And we can certainly talk about examples that other districts have done. Okay. But then the second thing, and I think we're going back to what we had talked about last time, and that's the administrative assistant.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
So at this point in time, has there been any discussion since our last meeting about hiring?
How are we gonna do
We
that?
can't.
We can't do that.
We can't do that. But I don't know that we've been creative enough in thinking of repurposing job duties for someone who's already on board to function. And it might be more than one person, right? For budget, it's a particular person. For whatever's coming up in the that relates to the business office, that's budget, right? I don't know, but who?
Someone to
handling
answer the main line?
Yeah, and then somebody who works with the communications consultant to make sure that that narrative's being controlled and that we are consistently posting, and some of this may be already happening, consistently posting positive things that are going on in the district to at least balance.
Sending press
The narrative.
releases, calling the local news station. But
Yeah, or
So-
even soliciting each school to say, what are your wins this week, kind of a thing, so that we have fodder
Right,
for things like that.
right. And
so.
excuse me, I'll get to you, but I feel so badly because Jan's not here. Jan, do you have anything you want to chime in on?
Yes, I would like to talk about a couple of items. You know, we've been, Erica has a tendency to be very frugal.
What?
To be very what?
Saying that-
Frugal.
Oh, frugal.
Frugal.
That's a good thing right now.
Yeah. And I think this is a place that we cannot be frugal. We need to help her out. And one of the things with hiring Mr. Wilbur, and once we get him going, we are going to probably, maybe, I don't know, have an extra staff person in business.
Is that the
Yeah.
CBO?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. And
I know,
then
we
we.
He is
Can you hear
going.
me?
Speak a tiny bit louder, please.
Okay, one of the things that, hiring Mr. Wilbur, that we are adding another senior administrator into the mix. And with now 3 senior administrators, maybe public relations can be put to one of those senior administrators. I would prefer to see it to be Erica, but that we start to divide some of her duties up so that she's not holding the bag on everything. And that gives her more time. I also think that we do need to be creative in how we can replace the administrative assistant and utilize by using, I don't know, I'm sure there are ways that we can utilize, and maybe it'll take 2 people to do 2 different things, but we need to get Erica the help she needs so that not everything is I don't think she left the office last night till after 9 o'clock. That can't happen. We can't do that to our superintendent.
Agreed. And then, was it Kathy or who was that had her hand up? Kathy. So, let's chunk this out. Let's talk a little bit about, I keep hearing the word creative. So looking for maybe some creative ideas, right? So just to throw a couple things out, and Erica probably knows if, these have been looked at before, but one of the cost-effective things that districts can do is to provide a stipend for somebody who's already an employee. So let's just say for your board meetings,
Okay.
someone that's already on staff gets, and actually, I worked in one district where the person didn't even get a financial stipend. The person received what we call a comp day. So for every 2 board meetings that secretary, if you will, took minutes and sat at the board meetings, they'd get like a half day off. So you can compensate using time off, which is a financial saving. So, I mean,
I
that's
love that.
it's something to think about. Another thing to think about, and again, I worked in a district where we did this, we also, at first, did not have somebody sitting in the front answering the phones. We well, and I know you know how this goes, you had a bell. It always reminded me of a butcher shop or a bakery or something. And then we ended up rotating people because they could take their work with them, you know, to that station. And when but we rotated it. So during a week, for example, every day somebody might have an hour shift. And we rotated it among all of the, you know, secretarial, clerical staff. So I think those are maybe things to be thinking about. Kathy?
Does something like that have to be negotiated?
We didn't, but I don't know.
Jackie, so I want to be able to have the opportunity, please, to just clarify that particular situation. We did have a full-time receptionist in the district, which was represented by a bargaining group. That position was laid off at that time due to a lack of work. It wasn't
Right.
funding. So I have, as the former head of HR, multiple times approached the bargaining group to try to come up with a negotiated agreement to allow for the secretaries within the departments take turns on a rotating basis. And that was not agreed to because it is somebody's protected job.
Yeah.
So we would have to rehire because it has not been 39 months. So
How long has it been?
it was spring of 2020, the year of COVID. So
When we didn't need it. And that one, I just feel like that has been a big public complaint about how they can't get a hold of anyone here. And that's why we had talked about it. And we did talk about the barrier, but we're like,
Is
We're
it
stuck.
physically, when they walk in the building, they can't get a hold of someone? It's not by phone?
it's by phone
and
and sometimes we don't have because no
So-
one's covering the front, right?
So when somebody calls the main line for the district office currently, it goes into queue for all the secretaries. They have been gracious enough, and the bargaining group has knowledge of that, and that was an arrangement made with the previous administration. And so the secretaries take turns answering the phone, and they direct the call to whoever it is that they believe the call needs to go to. When a caller calls the front line, it'll give you options. For HR, press 1.
Right.
For, facilities, press 2, and so on. So there is a menu. It's just a live person does not answer immediately.
Right.
Our schools are also set up that way, where if you call, the secretary does not answer right away. It is a prompt. When somebody walks into the front door, it is a empty receptionist area. There is a bell, and there are staff in that main building that do come out when that bell is rung, or if they're walking out, they do greet whoever it is that comes our way. But it is an empty seat. That is accurate.
Okay, first of all, almost every district nowadays does exactly the same thing with the phone messages.
Yes.
You know, I mean, it's
Ours,
routed.
right,
ours
ours
is the same.
I would say every district that I've dealt with recently does that. In terms of having an actual person there, and again, this is just an out-of-the-box thought, could you physically seat somebody there, but not give that person the responsibility? I mean, that's where their office is,
I think
For
that
optics,
for optics.
but then
They'll fight.
That's a fine.
the
Yeah.
It would be a
implication,
very fine line.
Yeah.
because the implication, whether or not it was their job or not, they're
I
gonna
would
be
understand.
They would say
doing
hello.
that
Totally.
Yeah,
job.
that would be,
I would understand
that would be
Yeah.
the union, basically,
Said,
yeah,
no.
that, yeah.
It would not be fair to somebody to do that because then you will get public traffic. I mean, you will get, and that is
Well,
a
and that's
job.
what they
Yeah.
will not agree to because
That
they
makes sense.
wanted that position to stay protected.
I understand that, yeah.
So in terms of
We can't do that right now.
the budget situation, would the classified leaders be willing to do like a stipulated agreement for a year or two?
I think that could be something, you know, I don't want to assume or
Right.
speak for them, but that could be something that we could approach, you know, the classified bargaining group. Speaking about the budget, we are in deficit spending, so it would be, I think, the board's decision whether or not we would like to pursue refilling that position at this time.
And I think that goes back to, Lisa, you used the word optics. So when you're trying to control the narrative, in terms of you're doing everything you possibly can to keep from having to lay off staff, to make sure that the district is in a good financial situation, the optics of adding staff is
Right.
contrary
Right.
to,
We don't
I
wanna do
mean,
that, right.
it's a,
Yeah.
it's a slippery
It's
slope, I
sticky.
think.
It is.
And then in regards to the narrative, you know, I am prepared and willing to produce any type of narrative that the board would like in regards to our current situation. I think I would just prefer to have guidance as to what type of information and at what time they would like shared in regards to if it's the budget or if it's, you know, something different, then I'm all for that.
That's awesome. And we could do that after our budget workshop, you know, because it is gonna be a public session. And maybe we all agree on a summary, like Jan was talking about, at the end of that.
Absolutely.
And then that could be, you know, you could vet that and.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I had suggested before, because in our district, after each board meeting, but this is the public relations officer that the district has on staff. He's an actual teacher, who also works, as
It's like a
the public
stipend, is it a
relations.
stipend position?
Yes. So
It's not in our district, so.
Oh, it's
Right.
your district.
this is in
I'm
my
sorry.
district that I work in. And so after each meeting, he basically does a simple write-up of every item on the agenda and a little paragraph as to what the discussion was and vote, the boards voted yes, no, whatever. And it goes to all staff. And I think it's important because having that for all staff to read gives us an idea of what is going on. We may not have the ability to watch, but at least I know I'm getting information from my district as to what the board is doing. What action did they take last night? What information is
And
being
it's
put
not
out there?
funneled through, but it doesn't become a game of telephone, right?
It
Right.
doesn't.
And that it's funneled through 2, 3 people
And it's
before
not,
it gets
oh, well,
to
I
me.
heard that, they said this, or they,
It's
you
right there.
have something, again, a narrative that is what happened at the board meeting and not people's interpretation of what they thought happened.
And maybe we could work on that, it doesn't have to be complicated. It
It's
could be-
not.
It's like, these were the decisions made, right? Like, how many decisions are actually made in one, right? Like, we could just
Right.
do like a,
Just take the agenda.
Yeah,
and,
exactly.
just put a sentence
Yeah.
or two.
board voted this, board
And
agreed.
in the interest of not overloading our super,
I would help
more
her.
than Charity is,
I could totally help do that.
or just to have, someone who
Yeah.
is on cabinet, who attends every meeting, whatever, do that small little blurb, that then the superintendent and your president just
Say
gives
yes.
a check mark to, yeah, the thumbs up, or we should change, or add a little more here, kind of a thing. It takes a lot off your plate for creation, and then it becomes just a rubber stamp or an edit
But
issue.
not only to the staff, I feel it also needs to be to the public.
But see, you could put it up on your website, yes.
Jen has her hand raised.
Oh, Jan,
Yeah, I'm wondering if, I'm just thinking out loud here outside the box, but what if we ask one of our union members, either CSEA or ESTA, to do this and pay a small stipend for them to do a summary, and then it gets put on everybody's email account, and we put it on Parent Square. And then everybody knows what's going on. Once Erica overlooks it and, checks it out, says, yeah, that's good, and we get it out.
I think that could be a conflict of interest down the
Yes.
road when you're dealing with negotiations?
Yes.
Actually, not if it's just a summary of the agenda, of what we talked about in the meeting. That's not, we're not negotiating
That's
anything,
not what-
we're just writing facts
very
down
factual.
from the meeting. And this shows solidarity of spirit, shows trust, and Erica's gonna say, no, that, let's look at them, that didn't happen, but it shows that, we are all in together. And frankly, to ask a board member and a superintendent to put more on their job plate, really a lot. I'd rather see someone who's motivated by, an hourly stipend to put something together and like Elizabeth said, just, it's a little short thing after each blurb, would not take long at all to do. And we have highly qualified CSEA and HESTA people that would do that. And, I think that it's something we should think about. I'm not saying we do it, but it's something that should be put on the table.
Kathy?
I think we need somebody that is not involved,
I agree.
and, I mean, maybe a tech would, they definitely are great in technology, and I don't know, but then does that come into play with the union? I don't know what a stipend would cost. I don't know do you know, Liz, what the stipend is for?
It's usually not much, and sometimes, as I said before, it could be just a comp day.
There you
If you
go.
had an employee, and usually it's a secretary, somebody who's got good clerical skills, do a comp day, and I'm sorry, Lisa, you had your hand up.
No, that's okay. I understand this is an important topic, and I know we have a lot of important topics, so I guess I'm just trying to say, should we finish board
Yeah.
norms and
Yes.
then like deal with all this when we
Yes.
get into
Yeah.
protocol? I mean, I'm just trying to make sure we cover everything we want to cover.
Right.
But I took note, obviously, and I'm sure that this will all be recorded. But it's definitely an important thing, but I don't know, we can and should, like,
Continue.
put it in stone today.
Yes.
And sacrifice to some of these other very important things as well.
I agree.
As long as we come back to it.
Yeah,
As
yeah,
long
that's
as
what I'm
we
saying,
come back to
capture it, but like maybe today's not the day we solve it.
So I think what we need to do
Agreed. Thanks, Lisa.
is start our
Agreed.
parking lot.
Yes.
So we'll put these issues down as our parking lot,
Right.
and
That's a good idea.
if at the end of today, we have enough time that we can kind of like circle back, at least, continue the discussion, and if not, we need to put it on our board calendar.
Right.
And I think possibly it's a study session,
Yes.
where we can deal with a number of these different things.
Good.
So, definitely, a good catch on that.
Yes.
I'm just conscious of our limited time
I
with
know,
you.
definitely. Okay, so Jan, before we move on, anything else on that? Because we are gonna move on to the next piece.
No, I think Lisa's right, we need to move on.
Okay, so I think the norms are fabulous. I really like them.
Yeah, agreed.
I do think it's something that needs to be blasted out. Every one of your schools should have a copy of this, and it should be posted. It should be posted here in the building. It should be on your website in the section on Board of Trustees. So she did a beautiful job on the graphics.
I love her graphics.
Thank you. We will get it out to the school sites and to staff. We can email it out. It is on the website, but we will definitely get it out.
Perfect, yeah. It's just lovely, it's really good. So, again, this is the way that we start controlling the narrative. So, you've seen this, I just want you to keep that image in mind, just in terms of review. The superintendent really takes, working with the board, in the what. Okay? You have some heavy lifts this year on the what. So that's your focus. That needs to be your focus. What are you going to do? And the how is really the superintendent and the leadership. She's got to help you come up with the how. So, and we'll use this as an example. You have to trim the budget, right? So if she gets direction, we have to trim the budget. We've got to make some difficult choices. she needs to then say to you, here are the possibilities. And you need to make decisions. But if you're giving her a direction that she's got to trim the budget, please be mindful that you can't trim the budget if you add more expenses.
Yeah, yes.
So you can't have it both ways, you
Right.
know? You've got a nickel, you can only spend it once.
Mhm.
So just be mindful of that separation, that what you need to do there. And I always like the train kind of analogy. Your role is to make sure the district runs well, right? That's your job. You need to make sure you've got enough money to pay payroll. You have, qualified staff, attendance is up, all of those things. Just make sure the district is moving in the right direction. But it's the superintendent who runs the train. So that's kind of the delineation there. Again, just as a reminder. Another reminder is, as individual board members, and I know you've heard this before, you do not have any authority. And you need to be very clear when somebody asks you something. If someone, comes up to you and says, look, I really think we need to have a 5% raise next year. Well, you know what? I'm just one of 5. I don't make those decisions. That's, a decision of the board. And only the board as a whole can make any decisions. And you sometimes have to step back because people assume that because you're a board member, you have more authority than you really do. I don't think it's as common now as it used to be, but somebody will come up to you and say, hey, my sister-in-law just got a teaching degree, I want to see her teach at my son's school. And they feel that you're going to be able to make that happen because you're a board member. You have to be able to say, I have no authority about personnel decisions. We approve personnel recommendations, but we do not, make decisions about people. That's the job of the superintendent. And again, if you want the superintendent to do something, and we'll just use this as an example because we're talking about it, if you wanted the superintendent to find a way to take care of concerns about the front office, right? You, as a group, have to decide, yes, we all want her to do that. I don't, and it's not just Kathy that wants her to do it. It's not just Carla. We as a board feel she should be spending her time doing this. And then going back to what Jan was saying and all of you about clarification, I think it would be good for Erica to be sure she clarifies with all of you. So if at a board meeting she hears one person say, I really think we need to hire an administrative assistant, she needs to ask that clarifying question. Would the board like to discuss whether this is something that you want me to follow through with? And then the board as a whole needs to say yes or no. Because otherwise you're going to be going in 32 different directions. So I wanted to stop here because it's easy to say this in theory, but when you get down to the reality, the practical, that's where we get role ambiguity. Because people see you differently because you're a board member. And I know I always had trouble getting my board members to understand when they walked on campus of a school, it's like in the military when, here comes the colonel and everybody kind of, stands up straight. And they would always say, but it's just me, I'm coming on as a parent, or it's just me, I'm just coming because I want to see all the great things. It doesn't matter. You as a board member are perceived differently. So just wanted to know, do you have any questions or any examples of times when you felt yourself, or felt other people have expectations of you that are outside of really your role as an individual board member? And Jan, we can't see you, so chime in if you have something to chime in on.
Well, I had an incident happen to me about someone who I'm a friend with, and their close relative did not get hired, and she was a little perplexed, and I said, I can't do anything. That's not my job. I can't do that.
Yeah.
And they were very perplexed, and I had to just stand around. It's uncomfortable, but you just have to do what you gotta do.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great example. I do think that happens more frequently than anybody can imagine. That people have an expectation that you're going to be able to make something happen because you are an individual on a board, and they don't understand that that's not your individual decision. So, good example. Any other examples or things you've heard of maybe in other districts?
Me here, just just in the past 10 years being on the board, I've gotten a lot of invitations by the unions, just in having conversations. And I think it's understanding those conversations, those expectations out of those conversations, because, I mean, I've never not wanted to meet with them, because it's part of what we should always keep good communications with everyone. And it is kind of a fine line, in at times some board members may not feel comfortable in that setting. I think for me, because I work in a school system that I understand, because I'm on the other side at my district and know what it is to have, trying to reach out to a board member and not really getting any acknowledgement, or really getting any, to have any discourse, for them to hear where our concerns are coming from and why. And so that is what I always try to balance, because again, we are here to serve not just our children, but also our staff. And our staff are, the critical piece to making sure that this organization functions the way that it should. And not do we always, and this is just my being in a school district for the last 20 years, a board doesn't always get the full picture of things. They just don't. And so it is our responsibility to reach out and to let them know when things are perhaps not going so great. And sometimes when they are. I think it's great to have that ability to reach out to those folks and not feel like they're only attainable to the district. Because they are here for all of us, not just for the administration.
So this is a classic example of role ambiguity. And I think we have to look at it in terms of what is the purpose of the conversation. So the law is very clear, and Jan, I know you know this because of your years working with the association, if the purpose of, let's say, the classified employees group or the teachers association is to talk to individual board members about, let's say, compensation or layoffs or anything like that, that could be seen as bargaining outside of the scope of negotiations, and that is not permitted.
Correct.
So you have to be really clear about what is the purpose of them to be seeking out a meeting with an individual.
But if it's not anything to do
Okay.
with negotiations.
Right, so let's say it isn't. So let's say that it's nothing about negotiations, nobody mentions negotiations, but one or two officials, let's say, of the associations want to tell a board member something, okay? They don't like the fact that the heat doesn't work in their school. Or they don't like the fact that, you're not going to be able to offer the art next year, whatever it is. Is that something that an individual board member should be dealing with? Or is it something that should go through the superintendent and then the superintendent deals with it. And think about the what and the how. You gotta think about the purpose. Why would the union seek to talk to one of you when one of you doesn't have any authority? Lisa and then Carla.
My understanding of when someone would come to me with something like that is to determine who the best person is that they should talk to within the district office and refer them to that person, and or in that response, copy that person if it's by email, so that they now have an alert to it.
Right.
So,
Yes.
I mean, that would be the how, right?
Right, so, so what you would be doing is deflecting, you're telling that person, I don't have any authority,
Right.
but I can direct you to who that should go to. It should go to the business person, it should go to the ed services person, it should go to whomever. So you're saying, I appreciate you sharing that with me, but here's the person you need to talk to because I don't have any authority, and I'm gonna let the superintendent know that you brought that concern to me.
Right.
See how that works?
But it also gives what Elizabeth was, I think, saying, which is it informs us, it informs
right.
it informs our ability to just fully discuss any issue that comes up in the future, right? So it is important to be there to listen.
Right.
But then I think almost we need a script. Oh, is that,
It's Jan, yeah, Jan has.
okay.
Oh, if you could wait, Jan, because
Yeah, and I
Carla's
just
next,
want to
and then we'll
finish,
get
I
to
just
you.
want to finish what I'm saying. It's important that we should have a script of sorts to say, look, we are one of 5. Individually, we have no power. You know, I can only say I will discuss it with my fellow board members.
Yeah.
And then, like, that's the script every time.
Well, and also that you're going to be forwarding the concern to
If
the
it is that.
superintendent. Right.
But I mean, in general, like for anything, I'm one of 5.
Right. Right. Yeah.
I'm thinking.
I think it's Carla and then Jan, yes.
I think that it's important to acknowledge anyone in the community because they are part of our community when they reach out. So I think we acknowledge, right, like Lisa says, thank you. And like you would, right, like at my work, if somebody comes in the lobby, how can I help you? Oh, that's not me, but let me, you
Yes.
know, and I think, yeah, like most of it is going to be talk to our superintendent, but, you know, thanks for reaching out kind of thing. But I also think that, you know, much like we talked about our roles and responsibilities, that maybe in an annual, I mean, this is like establishing protocol, I think.
Yes.
In an annual meeting, once you have your president and clerk, that we call a meeting with our union leaders because they are stakeholders, or it could even be a stakeholder meeting so that everyone, these are the
Has
folks
the
that are going to be
opportunity.
calling us.
Yeah.
Let's all talk about protocol. We're not talking bargaining, we're not talking issues, we're talking protocol. So that, because I think we do have new leadership in our
Yes.
labor partners. And so we want to work together, but we all want to follow the process. So that could be, right, like a
Great
Excellent
idea.
idea.
So,
Oh,
sorry.
wait, it's
I have to do it
Jan's
again,
Jan's turn. Jan?
Okay, this sounds all nice and sweet, but I'm gonna take you back to real world.
I knew she would.
You can
We count on you for
Go
real
for it,
world.
girl. We're ready, we're ready.
Union members speak with board members because board members are not getting the truth from administration. And so when you see a heavy push by union members to speak with board members, they feel that the truth isn't being told. And so that's a big deal. And that's a point where union members, you know, they'll ask the board members questions and the board members will say, no, actually, you're wrong. This is the truth. Or we'll go, you're kidding. And being on the union side and having many, many, many meetings with board members through the years, through different superintendents, I mean, we got a lot done because we had to get them to see what was going on. You know, I've had, no kidding, Jackie, I've had assistant superintendent tell me there was $5,000 in the bank as a lead negotiator. That's what they were telling me. So when we get lied to, when union members get lied to, they have no choice but to talk to you board members. So we have to be flexible. We have to be able to listen. We have to talk to our superintendent always. Either before we meet with them, right after I prefer that the superintendent knows ahead of time. Because I don't care, you know, so far I thought I had 2 superintendents that I could trust. I know I have one now, but that's what we have to do. And I really feel it's part of our board member job. They are our constituents. We don't know what's going on, and we need to listen, and we can tell them either, you know what, you're wrong on this, and that is not what's happening. Or we'll say, okay, I'm gonna look into this, I'll get back to you. That's my point.
So let me just try to use an example so you can maybe see it from a little different perspective. So as a classroom teacher and then as a principal, we would always tell parents when they had a complaint about a teacher, if you have a problem with the teacher, you need to talk to the teacher about the problem.
Chain of command.
Right? Chain of command.
Yes.
So, and
It's already done.
well, and the reason that it happens that way is because you don't want to undermine the authority
Right.
of the teacher. So take that same prism and look through it as a board member. Would you be undermining the authority of the superintendent, and would you be, and I don't mean it the way it's gonna sound, buying into the claim that you can't trust the administration because they're lying?
No, because I think most of the time, when I was involved with, as president, lead negotiator, and that kind of stuff, we had already talked to the superintendent. We knew where they stood. So, and I cannot speak for every president, lead negotiator after that. But that's why I take the meeting, and, you know, unless it's spur of the moment, I always let the superintendent know ahead of time. Because I got nothing to hide. I'm gonna find out the information, and I'm either gonna say, you're not gonna believe this, or, can you tell me about this? So, I think our job is not to undermine, I agree with you, but also our job is to represent. And if, you know, if we've made a mistake, we want to fix it, and if there's no mistake, we need to tell them there's no mistake.
Okay, Kathy?
I feel this needs to be discussed in detail. This is something for our parking lot here. But also, if we look at this from another side, so we have a board member meeting with whoever, nothing came back to the board. No information came. I didn't know about it. Where is that? If we all meet separately, no one knows, we're a team. If you meet separately, you have to let the other board members know what went on. It's not right.
But how do we do that with the Brown Act?
Yeah.
So you can let another one
At a
know.
board meeting.
Oh, potentially.
But again, let's go back to the no surprises. The last thing on earth, talk about controlling your narrative. The last thing on earth you would want in a public meeting is to, out of the clear blue sky, say,
No,
no, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
So, I mean,
but
I
I
don't-
get what Kathy's saying, because the ultimate focus of this, if it came to our level, if it came to our attention, is because, and many times, even from my experience, I've been in negotiations for the last 18 years. I've been in leadership, union leadership for that long. So I completely agree with Jan. I've had every spectrum of dealings with the district. So some you could trust and some you can't. So I always deal with things as if I don't have all the facts. And I always teach our folks to go through their chain of command. But if there's been no resolution and it has gotten to the superintendent and we're still at odds and we feel very strongly about a certain position that hasn't been addressed, yes, the next step is the board, in my opinion. And so from that,
Are you talking about the whole board or just one board member?
the board. But again,
The whole board.
But again, if I'm going to a board meeting, I'm still blindsiding the whole board because they don't know what's going on. And they can't ask me questions or respond to me at a board meeting. So again, you're still at a loss. And you're putting on this show at a public meeting that you don't know how it's going to be received. And you don't want to go there unless you have to go there. Believe me, we've had contentious board meetings in this room. And so, again, I don't want to work like that. But again, if Jan had a meeting and then went back to the superintendent, then the superintendent could inform the rest of the board, you know, if it's something that the full board needs to be abreast about, because we don't want a superintendent to be blindsided. Hey, we got this information or that, because many times people at the grocery store, at different places will come up to us and say, hey, did you know? And we're like, no, you know.
But don't you then immediately
Yes.
let the superintendent
But
know?
then she needs to let everybody know.
If
If
it's something that warrants
correct.
everybody being in the know.
Because even like a question, we may ask her a question, and she may say, okay, this question came forward, here's the answer. But it goes to every one of us. And so again, that's just, here's a question that came forward by a board member. Here's the answer to all the board, regardless of where it came from or how it was generated, but here's the question, here's the answer. So that we're all on the same page.
Okay,
But
Carla?
Jackie, I'm looking, I brought what you gave us last time. You know, and in there, I want to understand, so these protocols that you gave us are from CSBA or they're?
These are protocols that I gave you samples from, and you looked at every one of them and you edited
So
them.
they say what we're talking about.
Yes,
It
they
says,
do.
board member response, concern, complaints. We listen, we remind them, I don't have individual authority, but let me refer you to the appropriate person, right? You would inform the superintendent via email when a concern comes in. But if the superintendent agrees to investigate the concern, they get back to the individual board member on the results. If it is a bigger concern, the entire board will be notified. If it is an anonymous complaint, it will only be shared with the board after the investigation determines it's valid. So this speaks to, like, you know, let's say somebody comes to me, so Erica, this happened,
But it says the board.
and it says that, right, if it's an anonymous complaint, it will only be shared with the board. So then Erica would let everybody know individually, I'm assuming, after the investigation is done, right?
Yes.
So my question is, so these are already here. Are these protocols that you gave us that are what we're supposed to follow? Or are these protocols that we are wanting to follow? So I'm just trying to understand,
So
because I think that
these are sample protocols from CSBA that we started with. And then, as you'll see, if we ever get to them, then you made edits on these.
Okay.
So I think you added the word unique on that one, and it's highlighted in yellow on the screen. But I think there's a larger issue here, other than what's written on that piece of paper. And that's why we do need to go over the protocols.
Right.
Because these are ways of moving forward as a united board. These are agreements that the board makes. And there are reasons for these things. One of the reasons has to do, again, with what we talked about, undermining and I think the word that I want to emphasize here is trust. You know, I'm sure that the superintendent meets on a regular basis with her union leadership, right? Your
Yes,
teachers' union and your classified union.
yes.
If they have a concern, and I'm only speaking as a former superintendent, if my people had a concern and they thought I was lying, they need to bring that to me. They need
Yes.
to look me in the eye and tell me, I don't trust these numbers, or I think, you know, I think you're trying to, you know, pull something over on us. And let me have an opportunity to tell them, that's not the case. Here, let me show you the facts.
Right.
I'm not sure that it's and I hate to say this, Jan, I'm sorry, I'm not sure it's an individual board member's role to be saying that. To be the one individual saying, oh no, that's not true. Erica?
Well, we met, I always meet with another board member, I don't meet individually. And the last case when we met with Vesta, we backed up our district 100%. So, if it's a clarification of facts, and they just need to hear it again, which is what happened at the last time that I spoke with Hesta and the other board members spoke with Hesta, we totally backed up the district. So they got to hear it sometimes, you know, just like children, they need to hear it again. And I don't mean to sound condescending, that sounded terrible, I just realized. But sometimes we just need to hear something again, and they heard it again. And we backed up the district 100%.
Erica, you had your hand up?
Yes, I wanted to provide clarification what I see the process as. So when we go into negotiations, I do, if there's a question or there's a trend or a process, I typically text the board president and the clerk. If I'll just check in, not something vague, in negotiations today, something like that. And then I also share the proposals, or I have been, particularly the ones that are involving compensation because of our budget situation. If I don't share them within 24 hours, if not a couple of days, the very latest, that following closed session, I do provide that information to the board, and I ask for guidance as far as where would you like me to go from here. So I just want to make sure that we understand that that's the process that I'm trying to follow. If there's a different process the board would like me to take, you know, I'm open for suggestions, or whatever helps to clarify or to help increase trust, or whatever the issue may be. I'm more than happy to adjust the way I'm approaching the communication of negotiations to the board.
But I might be wrong, but it's sounding to me like the trust issue is more your external audience. So maybe the teachers' unions are saying that they're not trusting what the administration is saying, and that's why they need to meet with board members?
Well, yes, exactly. You know, with all the ESSER money and, you know, all this other stuff, they're getting an idea that we're just swimming in money, and our previous administration spent so much money that the piggy is empty. And they don't seem to grasp that the piggy is empty. And so they wanted validation from us that the piggy is empty, and we told them that the piggy is empty.
Okay, but
So-
let me ask you this question.
Right.
Wouldn't the entire board be the ones, wouldn't that be the entity that would address that concern?
But Jackie, I didn't know what they wanted to talk to me about, and maybe that's my fault. I didn't ask what did they want to talk about. You know, they texted me, they called me on a Saturday. They said, do you want to meet? And I said, well, tomorrow, and so we did it virtually. And I didn't ask what the agenda was, and that's what I got hit up with. And maybe that's my fault because I didn't ask what the agenda was. you know, I just had two people that wanted to talk. So I had no idea what they wanted to talk about.
Okay, Lisa has her hand up.
I only, again, we're talking about narrative, right? Teachers hear from the CTA. When we listen to the governor's budget meetings, they flat out said at the end, you're gonna run into this because they're gonna get a message that's
Yeah.
different. And we just, even though there's this colon, even though there's, you know, point B or whatever, the bottom line is, you know, some are restricted funds, et cetera. It becomes an education process, which is more than there's no money in the piggy bank. It's about, do you want to understand why this is? You
Right.
should raise those questions with your superintendent so that she has an opportunity to, you know, educate you on why what you're being told is different than what the reality is.
Or attend a budget workshop.
Yeah, but I mean, but by then the budget
Right.
workshop's already happened,
Right,
right?
right.
Yeah, so I mean, so that it becomes the obligation of the board, not necessarily the board as a whole, but maybe our superintendent to kind of just clear up those ambiguities, right?
Right, so I think, again, going back to like, I would assume that the
I do.
superintendent has regular meetings with union leadership.
Yeah, but they may
least
not raise
once
it
a
with her.
Okay, but why would they raise it with a board member as opposed to
Agreed.
in a regular meeting with the superintendent? And then the superintendent would bring in the CBO, all of the information from school services, you know, I mean, it would seem to me that it's the role of the superintendent to have those internal conversations and also to be the one who is the messenger of the district as well as the one in whom people trust. Because otherwise, you know, and I hate to make it sound so simplistic, but it's like, you know, when mom says no, the kids go to dad. I'm not
Well-
sure that that's the appropriate channel for concerns. And,
Yeah,
go ahead, Jan.
well, the problem has been the mess we were left with. Because of what, everything that we have been left with the, how our former superintendent left our district, and in total chaos when it came to the budget. And so, I don't think it's a fact of trust as it is a fact of we don't know what's going on. And we had to say that. And so then that brings up red flags. It has nothing to do with Superintendent Sanchez's abilities. It has, it's just that we are trying to dig ourselves out of this mess. Superintendent Sanchez has hired competent people to get us out of this mess. We are making very good progress. And it just happened, I don't think anybody had any sense that we were trying to undermine anyone. We were just actually trying to say that, you know, this is what we have right now. And when you have to, you know, we can say we're deficit spending and, you know, we find out one set of numbers and then another set of numbers. Jackie, it's been like a Russian novel. We have gone through this budget process since June, and we have had too many versions. And so the skepticism from our unions is valid. The skepticism from the board is valid. The skepticism from the administration is valid. And we have just been, I mean, this has been like, it has not been pleasant. And so when we take the calls, we're just trying to reassure. And that's, you know, the only thing that we were trying to say to Hesta is, yeah, it's not good. You know, and when we spoke, did we have exact numbers? No. When Superintendent Sanchez is negotiating during that time, did she have exact numbers? No. you can imagine how difficult that was for her. So, patience and grace is all we have, and keeping an open line of communication. We weren't trying to undermine anyone. We're just trying to get through this mess.
Well, I think, as we said, just starting out, and then we're gonna move through these protocols, it's really purpose, what is the why behind, the meeting, and should an individual board member or even two be answering questions about the finances? Maybe that is something that really should go through the superintendent, just like, if you were asked, can you please explain why you adopted this particular curriculum as opposed to that curriculum? You would say, well, that's a decision that you need to talk to somebody from the district about. So, again, let's go through these protocols, and then, we'll get into this one again a little later if we're still ambiguous. But you can see how ambiguous raw ambiguity is.
Oh, man.
Yeah, it's big.
Did we provide examples?
It was really ambiguous. Okay, we're gonna move through these. Now, so that you know, what I did, and you're absolutely right, Carla, I took the CSBA samples that we worked on together, and then you kind of changed them, wordsmithed them, and what you see in the highlight are the words that you had added. So we're going to talk a little bit more towards the end of this about Brown Act, because we may want to capture one more sentence on here that would deal with the legal Brown Act thing. So in terms of communication among board members, treat each other with respect, listen, collaborate kindly. And you had added, which I think is really good, not only understand, but also to respect each other's perspectives, culture, background, ethnicity, racial background, values, beliefs, expertise, and opinions. Okay? Everybody good with that?
Yes.
And this next one are things that were added. All communication goes individually to and from the superintendent. And this talks again a little bit about what we were talking about, that if you're in the grocery store and somebody comes up to you and says, I don't like the way my principal treated whoever, then, that communication has to be, well, you need to tell, the superintendent or the principal or whomever, I'm an individual. And then we added, during board meetings, board members should not use their cell phones except in an emergency.
And I think we need to clarify, because
Okay.
I have it here all the time, and I know we've all had situations, especially in our most recent,
Meetings.
meetings, discussions where the cell phone was absolutely necessary for
Okay.
public to inform that either they couldn't hear us or we were not on. And so I'll have it, and if I see that it's my daughter or something, but or like, somebody's saying, because you could see like really quick what a message. My point is, can we or should we, just asking you all what you think, to put in something in parentheses where it's like, emergency, what does that mean, right? But like maybe, for example, or if, I don't know, it's something for us to talk about. Like,
And we have talked about it in the past, and I think the only courtesy would be before the meeting starts and saying, I have my mom who's sick, I'm expecting a phone call.
so maybe
Or-
okay.
So just letting each other know as a board
Right.
and the superintendent what may be happening prior to that we need to have our phone out. But other than that,
Right.
so I think that out of courtesy, we are all, that's the whole point. I mean, this is our meeting in public, so
Right.
I think we're all that meeting, right? So if there is a concern, definitely, family first,
Right.
especially right now. So if there is something pending, they just share with us, and I'm fine with it.
Or maybe, so, for instance, a couple meetings back, I was getting texts saying the number that was posted
Right.
online
Right.
What's working.
to Facebook or whatever was not the correct number, and they couldn't get through, or that our phone was down, they
Yes.
kept getting I mean, without that
Yes.
knowledge,
Right.
we wouldn't
Right.
know.
That's very good.
That's our
So-
lifeline
So
too.
you're the clerk, so for you, it's
So that's
critical
what I was gonna say,
because
should we
as a clerk-
specify that whomever is the
Yeah.
clerk,
If there are any
And when a year
technical
that
difficulties, the
that
clerk,
person can look at the
Yeah.
phone?
the clerk
With
should
the
always have
exception
it
of
on.
the clerk.
And I think too, like, even, sometimes you don't know there's gonna be an my
Right.
worry is,
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you honestly, and I'm probably a little old school when I see people at the store working and they all have their cell phones, right, I'm like, what are you doing? But I'm also a little bit of the newer in that, like the other day, the incident that happened, there are incidents that happen, right? And you don't know they're gonna happen.
Right.
And you get a text that says something's happening at where
Right.
Your child.
your
goes to
child
school,
is or
whatever,
where
yeah.
your spouse might be. And just to have the ability to be like, my phone is ringing a lot, guys, I'm gonna, that we
I'm gonna
are
step
okay.
outside, or, yeah.
So I think just some verbiage around, like, let the board know and ahead of time, or be aware that, it's okay to check it if needed.
But we should not be an active
But we're no, like, we're not gonna be
communication.
like, hey,
Like-
guys.
Yeah, whomever it is, shouldn't feel as, let's say, imagine it's a public member, right? They shouldn't
Right,
assume that we can continue to have a conversation
Yeah.
with them because we're supposed to be
yes.
conducting our business in this room,
Got it.
not outside this room.
Correct.
So
Well,
maybe it's about that.
Well, and I think honestly, the purpose is, you don't want, so let's say that you're gonna have a vote.
No.
You don't want,
Right,
people in the audience saying, you better not vote yes on this, or.
that's what I'm
Okay,
saying.
okay,
so
so
The
explaining.
business should be conducted in this room
Right,
or by
yeah.
phone when they do public
And
comment.
no business should be conducted,
Right,
yeah.
but that
than
other,
personal,
that other
communication.
incident where
Yes.
they were going, the phone number doesn't work or whatever,
Yeah,
that's
that's a
that's
different thing.
acceptable, right?
But I like your idea of, specifying that the clerk will have the phone available, in case there's any technical, issues.
Okay, do you
Okay,
guys feel okay about
everybody,
that?
Jan, you okay with all that?
Yep, good.
Dan?
Thumbs up.
That's me. No.
Speaking of.
Okay, this one, the board president plans the agendas with the superintendent. The president's gonna facilitate the board meetings and encourage all members of the board. Model, of course, the tone and of course the norms. And then there was a question about this. So were you able to check the bylaws? Did you ever see, it used to be a president was gonna be elected, but then,
It is. The clerk becomes the president.
And the clerk is elected.
The clerk is elected.
And the clerk is elected, right?
A
So
clerk is
so it is
correct.
clerk, it's not president.
Yes.
That's correct.
So this is correct.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
all right.
Yeah, unless you have a year where the current president is no longer on the board and you have a new board, and
Then you
then
would
you
have
have
to
to
elect
select
both.
a president and a clerk.
Right.
Yeah.
With the understanding that, like we did when they were
Right.
hired, we actually voted for a president and a clerk.
That
So-
should be in a bylaw somewhere.
It is in the bylaws.
Okay, all right, as long as you have that in the bylaws.
We read them at that point.
So
Because we were like,
when
what?
we do these protocols, that's a good point. If
I
when
know.
we're making our formal governance handbook and we're referencing something that is applicable, like in the role of the board president, should we cite the bylaw, the applicable
You can,
bylaw
yeah,
underneath,
yeah.
so that there's a reference?
Yes, a lot of the handbooks do that, they have a citation underneath
Okay.
the ones. And you'll see when we get a little bit to the end, when I mentioned that we probably ought to add some wording that's reflective of the Brown Act. You can cite the government code even,
Okay.
so. And then this is the one that you added. If the clerk isn't able to move into the presidency, then there would be an election of both the clerk and the
Right.
president.
Yes.
So you've got it both in the bylaws as well as here, but we could
Right.
put a citation there.
Right.
Okay, the next one has to do, and I don't think there were any changes, but I think this one is important about making sure that if you want something placed on the agenda, that it will be added to the future agenda items, but it also has to be agreed upon by all of you. So it can't, so Carla, as president, let's just say that Lisa says, I want to, I want to have an agenda item about enrollment fluctuations over the last 10 years, right? Now, it doesn't automatically go on future agenda. The president has to say, is this something that you all want to see agendized? And you might even want to say, and, Superintendent Sanchez, would you be able to get that information by next meeting, or will it take you,
We haven't been doing that, thank you.
I think you really need to, be making sure, because otherwise it'll be, I want you to tell me this, I want you to that, and you're gonna end up impacting the work of the staff. Plus, it may not be something everybody's interested in.
So we should do that, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna ask, so that would be something we do when we do
At
board
the
member agenda
At the
items,
end.
and then you say, and then we
Yes.
say, does everybody agree?
Yes.
So
Okay.
whatever, and you can go down like you normally do.
Mhm.
Okay, Liz, what do you have? Do you have anything for, okay, I want to know if, I would like a presentation from each school site,
Yeah.
Okay, well, so it's almost not like a motion, but in the sense of trying to then get a consensus of the rest of the board. Okay, so Liz has suggested we have a presentation from each school site. Kathy, do you agree? So we get a yes, no, and then from there, okay, Superintendent Sanchez, is this something that you think you can manage?
Will there be
within-
enough time?
Will, for the next board meeting or the
Okay.
following one, and then that's kind of how you can move. But yes, in the
Okay.
past, we've done
You
that
guys
in the
used to do
past,
that?
yes.
Okay.
And I think it's really helpful, especially to keep you focused on the time, because if all 5 of you each want something at the next board meeting, that's 5 additions to the agenda. So it's really also a question of, is this a burning issue? Is it something, the other question, Carla, that you could ask is this something that needs a presentation, or could it be in the, weekly, in
That's
the
a-
Friday
yeah, that's
night?
also a good question.
If it's just as a report on data, it
Yes.
could be something that could,
Yeah.
yeah, Lisa.
This is in addition to, like, an alternative option. I know that for a while, there's been a parking lot for potential future agenda items that our superintendent was keeping. And I think during one of our conversations, I had said, is there a way that we could make it like a Google Doc that everybody had access to? To add in proposed agenda items there as well. And then you could see if somebody's already suggested it, number one. And then that list could be, either added to during the meeting as things come up, or even prioritized.
I would like that list to be something we've already agreed to at a board meeting.
Correct.
It has to be
Not-
Yeah,
used
but
to.
it would be the
Not-
parking lot, but if you're gonna bring something to a meeting and it's already been put on that list, I might not remember,
Oh, I see what you're saying.
or,
Got it.
or
Got
it
it,
might
got
be
it, okay.
a kind of a side, but still the same topic, but something more that I wanna have added to it or something, you know what I'm saying?
Could we do like a, I know,
And it also
exactly
comes with the
what items you're
governance
talking about.
calendar. I'm just thinking like, is it something that we could put on a governance calendar for every year at a certain time, blah, blah.
well, could we talk about that, I don't know procedurally, so do we talk about that in, at that point where we do agenda items, like say,
Right.
these were the pending that you all had said, now to clean up a little bit, do we all agree that we still need COVID updates?
Yes.
Right.
We
And that
all
could be-
agree,
and,
right?
She could be
And she-
reviewing that document with us in
Right.
open session. Well,
Right.
Okay, board, recall, you
Yes.
already have
You
this,
already
this, and
have,
this.
yes.
I spoke it wrong, but that's exactly what I did.
Okay. No, you did it right, you triggered our.
Well, and going
Do that.
back to your original concept of having, someone kind of memorializing each of the decisions, one of the pieces of that would be future agenda items. And so you would be keeping
Yes,
Running
that.
keeping
tab.
it on that,
Yes.
keeping it on
Which
that
is
agenda.
exactly-
Yes, the purpose of that.
See?
Yeah.
You circle back to those good ideas?
I was just making sure that, like, having a live, open, form doesn't cross any Brown Act.
What are we talking about?
If we have a live ongoing, if that's good,
If they've
that's
been
okay?
approved by the board, that it's not a Brown Act violation because these are just items. We're not having discussion. So part of bringing things forward, it's just to bring the item forward and then get an approval of the rest of the board, whether they want to have that in whatever version, right?
Well, I
But-
think,
But there is no discussion. We would not
We
have
would have to
any
agendize
follow-
you
the
have to
session.
approve it. So somebody is gonna have, whereas on your agenda, somebody's gonna have to put in, I wanna talk about school presentations. And then everybody says, yes, we all wanna talk about that. Then it gets put on the future agenda items,
in the,
and then it's gonna be memorialized
In the
on the
minutes.
minutes.
in the minutes.
Right.
Yeah, in the
Yep.
minutes is where it
We'll
should
just
be
review
tracked.
them and bring them up.
But it should also show up on the agenda or no?
What do you mean?
Like that running list of future agenda items, could it be like at the bottom? When we're talking about adding more, could we list what we already still have there?
Generally, you don't.
Okay,
You don't publicly post those on,
even
you know,
though
as
we
a running
approved
tally.
them
I
in a
like-
previous
I
memo.
like that she can track it
She's
on that
tracking,
Google
Okay.
sheet.
right.
So I have a list, just so you know, I have a list, it's broken down by month. It has the topic that you talk about at the end of the meeting under future agenda items. I have whether we've done it or not,
Good,
and
good.
then who asked for that agenda
That's
item.
good, that's perfect.
There you go, she has it.
Okay,
We can
but
review
that's
it.
your list, that's not to go on the agenda.
No,
Okay.
That's perfect.
But we could review it.
Because I was
share
gonna
it
say, how
with
would
us.
I know
Yeah,
otherwise,
at
right?
the next
'Cause
board
it's-
meeting.
Yeah, what if I keep
Okay,
Share the
bringing
calendar.
something up and it's
Yeah.
already there, you
But she
know?
can share that with us.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
our job is to check it before our board meeting to make sure, okay,
But I
What's on
don't have
there?
access to that list, do we,
No.
none of us have access to
No.
that?
no,
I-
she hasn't shared it with
She
us.
can,
I haven't.
she
But
can
you
just
said it's
share
our
it.
responsibility to check it
No,
before the
once she
meeting.
shares it with us,
Oh,
then we could check it prior to the board meeting.
okay,
so
so
that-
the assumption is she will share it with us.
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
Because right now it's not shared with us,
Correct.
therefore.
Correct.
Yeah,
And
I was
then-
trying to figure that out.
the last page of the update, usually prior to, the weekly update prior to the board meeting, I list future agenda items on there. Or the
Okay.
monthly agenda items and the back page of those updates.
Okay.
Bless you, I did not recognize that pattern.
Neither did I.
Neither did I. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Gotta pay attention.
Okay,
There we go.
the only other
We are
thing,
on it.
We're on it.
that I just want to point out is, if the item can't be placed on the agenda, and sometimes, you know, it's something that's already happened, or sometimes the timing isn't right or something, that information would be shared as to why it didn't
I
get on
have
the
a
agenda.
question real quick.
Uh-huh.
Before, so if we had a request of someone to do a presentation, I sent it to Erica. It was like, okay, and how do we, or when do we let the board know that that was, or do they just find out
When it's on the agenda?
When it's on the board packet?
Well, there's two different things here. First of all, whoever the president
Right.
is, sits down with the superintendent and
Right.
you say, I think we ought to do this, Erica says, I think we ought to do this, and you put the agenda together, and then that agenda goes out to each of the board members.
Okay.
And so each of the board members knows what's on the agenda,
Okay.
if they want to pull an item, if they say, I don't think we have enough
when you send
information, you know, we want to pull it, whatever, you know, and so then, that's how they get that information.
Okay.
But if any other person wants to put something on the agenda, it should go through the process of future agenda items. You ask, does everybody want
Got it.
to hear about this, and
Thank
will
you.
there be enough time? Okay, yeah, and that's what this is, you know, definitely, if there's something that you want information on, you know, can just let the superintendent know, and then she could say, I'm gonna have the CBO provide you with a report. One of the things that I think is important is that you don't contact the CBO directly. You don't contact Ed Services directly, because you don't know what their work calendar's like. So, and again, you have positional power as a board member. So they're gonna drop everything they're doing to do what you ask them. And that may not be in the best interest of the organization. So if you go through the superintendent, she can say, gosh, they're working on a deadline. I don't think we're gonna get that to you this week. How about a week from now? And then she'll let the person know. Okay? Everyone understands that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Jan, we haven't heard from you. Are you okay with all this?
I think this is perfect. I never, I go by the rule that the only employee that I employ is the superintendent. And so I have no right to ask anybody else for anything.
Good, excellent. Okay, so this is the role of members in public. And again, you as board members can't speak for the board, and this gets us into that role ambiguity again. You know,
But I think this board works very well together. There isn't one single person that feels the need to get out there and publicly post things on their own focus or agenda. So we are very respectful of each other and what we discuss and what we tell each other is basically here. We trust each other enough to, even on decisions that, again, we don't maybe agree to, but we don't take that out publicly. We discuss it amongst ourselves, and we've been doing a really good job.
excellent,
Working
good.
through
Carla?
I think that, just totally being transparent, that, Lisa and I, when we talked about this, we had posted our meetings on some Facebook posts. We had talked,
flyer.
and the flyer that Erica made, I mean, it wasn't on our own, we had
Yeah.
talked about because people don't know, and the number and the confusion, right, and going from virtual to in-person, so we took it upon ourselves with Erica's help. She made a flyer and we posted that, right? And I think that was helpful. And then recently, with all the conversation about the PE teachers, I did post personally, and I did say,
As a parent.
as me, Carla, I'm one person, just letting you all know that you should attend a meeting, something to the effect of, you should attend a school board meeting because, to get all the accurate information. I understand the concern. Here's our next meeting. Here's our website.
You did good.
That
Because
sounds
you
perfect.
you didn't acknowledge anything other than
Here's a
here's
meeting.
information. You want to get involved, here's information. Not your opinion, your side, nothing. You did an amazing job because I read it.
Thank you.
It definitely sounds that way. Kathy?
So, I think that's wonderful. The only thing that I was thinking about was, with the disruption that we had, is there any way that we can have the cameras on before our public comes in? So what happened was, there were no cameras on. No one knew that there was a disruption.
Yeah.
If the cameras had been going,
Yeah.
Yes.
but then that's a two-sided.
Right.
That's
Double-edged.
two-sided, that's a double-edged thing. So in one way, think, I wish the cameras were going, then the public would know that we were disrupted. But then there's the other side of that. So it's just something that I think we should ponder.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I thought the same thing. I was like, good, the cameras were off. And then I was like, oh man, the cameras were off.
And another, like, sort of based on yours, I know that I replied online as well to something we had discussed in the December meeting, and what I ended up doing was saying, you can watch here, go to this place, and you'll see what was said. But, I mean, I was still directing the public, and so that's not in violation as long as I'm not speaking for the board.
Right.
I'm saying, go look at this recorded event.
But I do think that, I don't know that it's illegal, because I did ask about this when we first, a couple times at the Brown Act workshop.
Right.
Because there are elected officials who do use the Facebook platform
Right.
to say,
Oh, yeah.
whatever they feel like they want to say.
Yes.
I think we, though, have been very mindful, this group have been very mindful about how we say what we say, because we do work like a team.
Mhm.
But not everybody has
No.
to, right?
No.
I think it's important that people understand, it's not that it's illegal,
Right, it's
it's
just
just we
not
chose
the way
to
you choose to operate. It's
Right.
not good, it's not good governance.
It isn't, because it undermines, if you're gonna start undermining from within,
Yes,
nothing is gonna survive. I
Right.
don't see, you're uprooting any plant from the bottom, and it's just not gonna be healthy. And the focus of a board, in my opinion, is to instill trust, to instill respect, to instill all of the things that we talked about here should be things that we do
right,
and
exactly.
demonstrate. You walk the walk.
It
You
is your
don't-
magic ring, right? You do it even when people can't see you.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Integrity is to do things that are right when nobody is looking.
Right, right.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
We should have integrity.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I think that goes to this last one here, that you should all speak with one voice. You don't want someone putting a personal agenda out there on social media, because that's not it's not representative of the district.
Correct.
And you have to be very aware of your own positional power.
So you saved that for, not that this board has had that issue yet, but if I had a dissenting voice,
Mhm.
I saved that for in this room.
Yes,
We've had that.
No, I mean like, you
And
know,
not in a bad
very,
way, but
very
we're-
strongly, you know,
Yes.
completely opposite.
Right.
Therefore, I could say that as my individual opinion in the course of the regular meeting. When
are
I
you talking about a political opinion?
An opinion
define
on a
political.
Well, an opinion on a vote, definitely, that's your job.
Right.
Yeah,
Yes,
like a
yes.
particular thing we're discussing,
Yes.
let's say masks, no masks.
Yes,
Right.
Let's say I was like, you know, the person who was like, none of our children or staff or anybody should be wearing a mask,
correct.
hypothetically. I save that discussion for in this room. I
Right.
don't have that discussion outside this room, and especially not in any media of any sort.
Right, so if you take a look at, you can discuss agenda items only at board meetings and not at outside activities. So let's say that you have on the
Me, I was right
agenda,
on that.
let's
Good
say you
segue.
have on the agenda, the discussion about mask or no mask.
Yeah.
If somebody gets you at the grocery store and says, I want to know how you're going to vote, you have to say, I'm sorry, I can't
Watch the
discuss it. It's an
meeting.
agenda item,
Right.
you know?
Touch the meeting.
So
I
we're
mean,
not,
we have a right for our own voice, but I
Right.
don't.
can't voice
But
it if it's an agenda item.
Right, but what I'm saying is that we all, most of us have social media accounts, and the thing is that for me, that's my personal life. That's not my board member life
Professional.
filtering into
That's true.
that venue. And that's what I keep conscious. This is my life, my family, what I want to share, if I want to share it publicly. But yeah, there's times that we have been impacted by COVID many different ways. We have our personal opinion about it because we have, I think, all been touched by it. And so to me, yes, that hits home, and I may have some real hurt feelings about those things, but and I get that, when we get bombarded and tomatoes are being thrown at us, it doesn't feel good because it feels personal. And I've never wanted to make someone feel like I was doing something personally against them, because that isn't, but that's what it feels like sometimes. And I get that. I totally get that. But again, it's really being clear on those things, and I think this board does a wonderful job of
Perfect.
keeping it separate.
Yeah, no, it's very, very important. And again, just making sure that if it's something that you know is going to be discussed at a board meeting, that you really are not at liberty,
Correct.
even on your personal social media accounts.
No, that's
to-
off balance.
To be talking about.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yes and no, right? Like, so let's say, and I haven't done it for that, because I know everybody watches and everybody can check and search you, and internet's forever.
Right.
So, but let's say I were to post something en masse, regardless of what, and let's say it's just a post from the public health department.
that could be interpreted as whatever, right, that you're leaning towards. Is that, are you aware that that's something that is either frowned upon or can be held liable for, or like, is that?
Well, I don't think you can be held liable for it. What I will say is, for my own personal rule of thumb, I try to avoid anything at all on social media that has any kind of connection to my work life, any nexus that could be drawn. So I could see where you're posting whatever it is that the public health department said on your personal website might be interpreted that this is going to influence the way you're going to vote. I think it's a slippery slope. I don't think that would be the worst thing you could do, because it's public information.
That's public
It's public
information.
So like I have a personal and I have a professional, like I have a page for being trustee, right?
I do too.
But my
Deleted it.
personal photo has one of those, I don't know what they call them, like a ring around it that says I am vaccinated.
Right, yeah.
I got called out on that by the public, going, well, she's obviously not, in favor of blah, blah, blah. And I said, no, I'm not saying I don't allow for other opinions. I'm just saying I'm glad I'm vaccinated. And that doesn't have anything it does not inform any decision I make on this board.
But
For
it could
the
be
public at
perceived.
large.
Okay. And
Yeah.
again, there's nothing wrong, it's not illegal. I think you each have to, in your own minds,
Perception, yeah.
decide how you want to use social media.
Even though it's my personal account.
As I said,
Yeah.
you'll find
It's
out.
not- it's not illegal.
Perception is reality.
It's not
nothing.
illegal, but
I know, but it
the
kind of
optics.
sucks.
It's your word, it's the
No,
optics.
I
I
agree
totally
with
get it, but when I put it up there, I didn't think somebody was gonna judge me on it. I just thought, okay, I'm
It's like,
happy I'm vaccinated.
You're damned if you do, because as one
Right.
person, you have no authority.
Right.
Right.
And you're told you have no authority, but yet,
Exactly.
we're
Okay.
criticized
Making it
for
out, take it
that
down.
one person making,
no, you don't have to
No, you
change
don't
for that,
have to
Lisa.
take it
making,
down.
no,
You
making,
just
don't
need
have
to
to
be
change.
aware that it could
Making
be
it,
interpreted.
Yeah.
but, putting a statement, because I'm like Lisa, I've done that, not connecting the two. And because in my mind, I don't connect the two.
No.
I don't. My personal life and what I believe and my beliefs and everything that drives me, who I am, that's where I share it. That's Liz. That isn't
Agree.
Elizabeth Martinez, school board member. That's just Liz. And I care about many different things, and different things affect me as Liz.
And you have a right to.
And I
You do.
think I have a right to it.
You all have the rights to it. There are two words that I want you to take home with you today. Positional power.
Ah.
There's no law against it. There is nothing there's no, it's not in the 10 Commandments. You're not going to find it anywhere. It is something that, in your position, you have to be aware of.
That's the sacrifice you make to be an elected.
But you don't have to. You just have to be aware of it. So if you want, you want to have I was vaxxed, and that's, your personal statement, that's all well and good. But then don't be surprised
Right,
when
you
somebody
take what
says, you're,
Against me,
against this,
whatever, yeah.
right. Because you have positional power, and that's why you have to be so circumspect about what you say and do. Every word out of your mouths can get construed in a certain way. So, but I think, Liz, you said it most beautifully. Excuse my language. Darned if you do and darned if you don't, right? You have no individual authority, and yet everything you do as an individual is being, looked at.
Yes.
Okay, so Jan, you didn't chime in here. Any comments on
that's
any
what
of
I
this?
was
Well, yeah, excuse me, I did have my hand
Her
up.
hand was up.
Oh, I'm sorry. I can't see you.
I'm watching it.
Oh, good.
I don't know why you're not seeing me.
Why can't we see her?
The
PowerPoint
presentation.
Not even
There's
in
no
the little
window and
font.
window on the
Yeah,
presentation.
I see.
I'm watching her.
Okay,
That's good.
Erica's got you.
All right, well, what I wanted to say in regards to what Carla talked about with public health, if it's a public health law, we have to follow it. So, because we sworn oath to follow the laws. So in that regard, I think we are, we're not doing anything that is not beyond the scope of what we do for the school board. I mean, we're just promoting a law that's being done. So I don't see that as being personal, but as just spreading information about a law.
Yeah, definitely. That doesn't mean, however, that somebody isn't going to look at it and come up with a different conclusion. That's why it's just an awareness.
I think, Jackie,
Right.
you're just saying, like, if we do, which I would, then be okay with
Yes,
What comes our
whatever
way.
comes with that.
Yeah.
right.
Right.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
really where it's at. Okay, we need to move right along. So this is something that we talked about. We originally had 48 hours, and you put it down to 24 hours, and wanted to add, what's the purpose? And we really wanted to outline that, and I really like your idea of going, once we get the handbook together, going over these protocols with, our staff, so people understand. And I think adding this is a good way of letting them really understand, this is the only reason we want to come. We want to come and visit your school, we want to enjoy what we're doing, shine the light on all the great things that are doing. So, any other additions on this one?
Oh, wait.
Okay.
Can we go back to that
We
for a
can,
moment?
we can.
One of the things that, because we've been in lockdown and, we haven't been able to visit the schools, I'm wondering if, Erica is gonna set us up with a schedule. We have two things happening. We're gonna be visiting the schools with parents at night, and that's gonna happen. This is something that we had just started before the lockdown. And then she's offered to set us up with visits to the schools. And I'm wondering if when Erica sets up these meetings, that she sets up and sends to the staff what we're gonna do, and something to this point, lets the staff know, that we're not here that we're here to enjoy and support student learning, something like that. Could that be set up that way, Erica, so that they know that we're not coming with a fine tooth comb?
I think that's a great idea, Jan.
Yeah, I think that's what we should do. And then when you take us around with the principal, everybody is at ease, and there's no, anxiety with the visits.
Yeah, I think that's a really good idea, and that just sparked one of the other things that, and I know we parking lotted it, but in terms of controlling the narrative, also I think once you have your budget study sessions and everything, going out to the schools and doing road shows. Your CBO as well as superintendent, and you have a schedule it when the staff is having their meetings, make sure that you have your classified people that can be there as well, and explaining the budget.
Well, even for me, I think it's important, going back again to the PR, because having board members also a part of that either, like you said, the road show, but we did a beautiful video of the kids on campuses. Having something like that to where you're seeing board members going out, superintendent going out, CBO going out, only because you're actually promoting what it is to have this close connection.
Right.
Because there is a separation of district and site. But again, we are there for one another, but I think it needs to be documented in like a little video so that they can just see. Lisa's gone out to Lab Lane, or Kathy to Calaveras, or our Hardin, so they're seeing us engaging with our community and our children, not just the district, because it's all of us playing that important part.
Well,
love it.
this
Love
is a
it.
perfect opportunity, if you could get some pictures, since Erica's already gonna be taking you guys out, right? And then just put it into a collage and get it on your website.
Love it. Love
Yeah.
it.
I mean, you're
the
already going.
video. Yeah. I think it's awesome.
Okay, we're gonna move a little more quickly or we're never gonna get done. So, this, and I couldn't see in my notes that we nailed these days down. And this would be about the questions
we
about the
didn't.
agenda.
Yeah, we
Did not.
didn't.
So what we're trying to do here is routinize when
Yes.
you folks get the agenda,
Be great.
right? Then if you have a question or something you don't understand, you would, call or text or email Erica, and she would get the answers for you by whatever day you decide on before the board meeting. So you at least, are coming to the decision-making process with more information, right? And then, of course, feel free to ask the question during the board meeting because you want your public to know that, maybe they have the same question you do.
Yes.
And then that also allows the district to answer that question that others may have. But the ticket there is the no surprises.
Right.
Yes, Lisa?
I love this idea. I think that Erica needs to decide on the on or before XXX
Right.
at noon. And then we build from
Right.
there, because then we have to build backwards to when can you expect your cabinet to present the
Well, there should be
materials that you
deadlines,
need,
internal
right?
deadlines
Huh?
of submission, internal deadlines of submission.
Correct, in order to give you the ability to send the agenda to us so that we can reply within that date. And then also, hopefully, when that's done well, we can get the board materials even earlier than the Friday before the meeting. Because for just what Elizabeth was saying, when it's very technical like the budget,
Right.
that we can really pour over it and really, because a lot of us on our weekends are busy doing the things we can't do during the week.
Right.
And I'm like, oh,
Or
or
we
we
have
have
that
a family obligation, or
Yes.
But
And
we want to do our homework and we want to be well prepared to have the discussion at hand, so.
And I think too, stepping back, I think Lisa and I have been trying to meet with Erica like 2 weeks before the actual monthly meeting to review agenda items that were talked about. And then, so like for now, today's February 11th, our meeting monthly is on the 22nd. So we should already, and we have talked about already what should be, what we all kind of want to see on that meeting. So then working backwards then I'm just thinking that should be also something for us to talk about. Like we should have the 2 week before board president clerk with superintendent review the agenda. Then on what day does Erica think that?
She could put out
Yeah,
an
she could
agenda
give
so
us
that
the-
we could ask questions,
Right.
but
And I think Lisa's idea of backward mapping, you may find that you need to start your agenda planning 3 weeks ahead.
That's
Because
why we only do it once a month. Because
Exactly.
We've talked about making 2 board meetings a month, and we
No, don't do
know
that.
that
There's not
that
enough
would be
time.
like, that's so
Well,
hard for staff.
Yeah.
the high school district does 2 meetings a month.
They
but
have
I
more
think-
people too.
Right, and they also, I think it's 1 school versus 10, right?
Yeah, thank you.
Yes.
And although a very big school,
Yes,
still only
but still
one
it's
school,
just
one
one.
administration, blah, blah, blah. But
Correct.
the other thing that I think facilitates that frequency is a very well-developed governance calendar.
Yes.
So months ahead of time, departments know when their stuff's coming. in.
Right.
So they can be working on it for that.
Right, and I think you are in the beginning stages of getting all of these systems in place, and that's the work that you're doing now. And honestly, 2 years from now, 3 years from now, you'll have it, it'll run like a machine. Really, it will, honestly. But you're,
And then we get a board that changes.
but that's
Then it's
okay
like,
because
oh
you've
my
got-
goodness.
You're gonna get a
have the
board that
system.
changes this year.
Oh, man.
But if
The
this
systems are there.
Right, if this happens well and it's so well
Reality.
defined,
I
the new persons / people coming in can read through it, and then we can help them come up to speed through orientation, et cetera,
Yes.
and then we just keep going.
It's just the way that you're gonna be doing business
Yeah.
going forward. It honestly, it's hard to imagine, but it becomes so routinized
Routine. Yeah.
that you do it without blinking. you know, and that's the way you want it to
And
operate.
that, I think that's important, regardless of who's on the board.
Right.
Those systems have to be determined and
Right.
streamlined as quickly as possible so that whatever changes happen on the board, it's still something that she is running and can transition and involve the rest of the board in that process. Because
Right.
the process is the process, and that's for her to determine and streamline and get in place. So for us, it's just, we're getting information, right?
Well, but you are a big part of it, though, I have to tell you, because this system, and I was a superintendent for 9 years. I inherited that system from the superintendent before me. He was there 13 years. And the new superintendent after me was there 6 years. She still used it, and now the new superintendent's using it,
Wow.
right? Okay.
So it works.
It works only if the board members
Continue.
make it work,
Mhm.
right? No, even if you get a new board member, it doesn't matter, because the new board member, as long as they call the questions in ahead of time, so that means you have to read your packet in time for you to ask the questions. But it'll become routine,
Right,
you'll see.
and that's what I was saying about front loading, some of the technical pieces of just giving us a little bit more, whether it's in the update or however she wants that person that's giving us information to just, because there is a little narrative that goes
Right.
on the agenda, but that's public and you don't want this whole drawn out thing, right? Because you don't want your agenda to be like pages and pages
Right.
of information, but I think front-loading information to the
Mhm.
board is, I think, would help me as an individual a lot. Really just get my head in the game as to what it is we will be discussing with a little bit more detail, maybe not as detailed as what would be posted, but the fine details that I would need to know as a board member who needs to make a decision on that item.
Right, so usually, when you get, let's say, your board packet with the agenda, there could be a cover sheet that, you know, and it's not gonna be every consent item or
Right,
anything
and
like
I
that.
wouldn't expect it.
But maybe discussion items. We're gonna discuss wearing masks or not. We're gonna discuss, you know, so you know, oh, I better look at that one. So just a little, you know, a little something to give you an idea of what you should be focusing on.
Correct,
Yeah,
Yeah.
something
I think that's helpful.
like a cover sheet. Okay.
So when would be a good time?
I think the biggest challenge or opportunity for growth is the actual printing and making of 500 or sometimes 300, 600 page packets. If we went to electronic, I mean, that's faster. There wouldn't be hours spent on making the binder and the tabs and the cover sheets.
You don't use board docs.
We use board docs, so the board receives the official agenda always the Friday before the Tuesday. I could send an unofficial agenda way prior, that's easy, because it's unofficial. The Friday is always a mad dash to print the packet and to deliver those that want to be delivered. And or Saturday, sometimes I don't get all of the documents that I think should be in the attachments. So that's the biggest challenge on my end, printing and organizing that board binder.
How soon could we get it if it was just electronic?
You can get it, it probably won't have all the attachments, but you can get it that Monday before.
But
See,
without
the
attachments?
are
Probably
hard
without
because
attachments.
that's
Not
the
all
attach-
the attachments come in all the time. Sometimes we wait for vendor contracts, signatures. Sometimes it's, you know, the day before, or if it's the budget, as we've known in the past, some of our consultants have gotten us the documents right prior to.
But that's the problem, right?
That's the
Like even
problem.
with, like, what I always go back to is that LCAP document.
Oh my
And how
God.
none of us
Oh my
saw it
gosh.
until we entered the room.
Yes.
And it was
it's
like
haunting
this
us.
thick.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's
like, how
haunting.
was I supposed to make any sort of informed decision?
Yeah.
And such, I mean, just looking at it for the first
Right.
time. So
Yeah.
I guess what we need to think about is instead of saying, I get it with the contracts and such like that, you can only get them when you get them, but those are usually pretty small in the big scheme of things, but like board warrants and, those are important. And anything,
Presentations.
yeah, big presentations, right, with a lot of data-driven, not high-level kind of reviews,
Because a
but
lot of the presentations haven't been
data-driven.
data-driven,
No,
except for like the COVID and the nurse one, right?
right. Those I wouldn't care so much if I didn't have them until last minute, but the ones that are data-driven, the ones that have numbers, I see that, you know, yeah, you can put them online, but that's and they always come sideways, and then when I go to switch my phone, they want to move because I'm dumb and I forget to turn it off, and you can like do that, so I'm always going,
Oh, yeah, I do that too.
and it's a lot on it's small. So like, even if I only got those things, so what I don't understand is when do you get board warrants?
The internal deadline is 1 week prior to, so if the board meeting's on the 22nd of, I have it on my calendar, the 22nd of February,
It
it's
would be-
1 week prior, but this month, because there's a holiday, that whole week is, you know, operations are closed. It's even before that, it's this Friday.
So my point being, why can't we make it,
Today?
why can't we make it
Right.
2
Oh,
Fridays before every
The
month?
eight- Sorry, the
Yeah, but what if we got like 2 Fridays before every month instead of 1 week before, we asked for 2 weeks before? It's still, it gives us a week where we don't know, but it gets, the next time it's in that one. Would that be something we could consider so that we could get those on paper, those of us who want, and it should be on an as-needed basis?
That's what I was gonna suggest,
Yeah.
is for those that want printout forms,
Right.
because not all of us want printout forms, but at least have it clear, would you like it in paper, or do you want it electronically? So that it's easier for her
Right,
to
she has
not
less to do.
reproduce
She does.
5
Right.
versus maybe 2 or 1. And that way it streamlines things, but I
Right.
think it's clear, I think that is perfect. And then for me, the packets are sometimes crucial because if it's a presentation or, you know, and we're voting on something or on the consent, it's a contract for someone and we don't, you know, it's this amount, and we're like, okay, I don't understand why, you know, it's so much or whatever. But again, it's giving us that time to really highlight certain things as to why, the why or how, and how it relates to us making these decisions. Because again, we've been burned, and we haven't had enough time and be comfortable with saying, I'm sorry, I can't make a decision, I didn't have enough time to review this. If I got this right now, I can't make a decision on this today. And I will vote no, just solely based on that information.
Right. But again, going back to LCAP, we couldn't do that. We were
Correct,
stuck to
'cause we
that
were set up.
date, and we were
We
on
were
the,
set
yeah,
up.
we were on the last day of possible, and legally we had to do it,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And so like, to avoid that moving forward as much as possible, if we can build processes in place, and I'm just saying the board warrants would be easy, I don't know how easy it would be to back it up, but I would think it would be, just if you cut it at a certain date.
I think the board warrants, though, if we chop off 2 weeks of the month, it's not gonna capture the entire month. So what I
Oh, so it wouldn't
understood is
be
that,
actuals.
right, so what
You'd
I
always be
understood
behind.
is that, you know, move the deadline 2 weeks prior, so then that gives the staff 2 weeks less every month to get their work done for the board agenda.
No.
Okay, so I'm just gonna feel this out really quick. January's actuals,
January's actuals, yes.
right? Will we receive those in our February meeting?
So the board warrants typically are that month prior.
Right, so that would be January's actuals for February's meeting, correct? So January 31st is when the budget closes for warrants, right?
There might be there might be payments that happen after February 1st. So all of the board warrants include the payments that have taken place for that span of months. I wouldn't necessarily say that all activity ended on January 31st. Like there might still be paychecks that are reimbursement checks, I should say, that are processed maybe or cashed February 2nd or 3rd or 4th that are going to hit that January span
Number.
of January 1 through the 31st. It's like if we write a check from our checking account, but somebody waits to cash it later on, and it was for a service.
And we can't report it until it
Jan has a question. Okay.
but we can't report it until it hits.
Well, the idea is to report it within that month. So, for example, the board warrants are given to me a week prior to the board meeting.
Yeah, I hear what
Yeah,
you're
yeah.
saying, but the week prior to the board meeting is 2 weeks post January 31st. And so, like, it takes them 2 weeks to figure out all that floating money from January 31st to make sure that the board warrants are complete. That's what I'm trying to understand.
I don't know the exact, I don't want to
Right.
say with certainty that there's an exact time period where the business department knows. I do know that our organization is large and that our board warrants packet usually has many lines and many pages to it. I think that what I could definitely, agree to today for sure is to provide the board with an unofficial agenda, most definitely. I could provide the board with as many documents as I have prior to the board agenda for the board to review at the time that they receive it, or whenever the board can.
I feel not comfortable with that, go ahead.
I am not comfortable with
Can I
that.
say
Wait,
Oh, sorry, Jan, sorry.
Jan. Yes, Jan?
Yeah, I think that we are not being realistic of Erica's time,
Exactly.
and I think she needs to go back to her cabinet
Yeah.
and talk with her cabinet and see what would work.
Right.
And then on our next board meeting in closed session, she can address this issue. But right now, you kind of caught her off guard, and she needs to know what her cabinet can do for her.
Well, but Jan, we discussed this at the last meeting with Jackie. So at this point, I think I want to give Erica this month to determine what timeline works for her. And then, if she has an answer for us at the regular board meeting, we can have,
That's what I'm saying.
that
That's what
time,
Ms. Bloomberg
yeah.
just said.
okay.
And so I think that we need to let her really sit down with the cabinet, because she's, things might change, and so we need to let her get that together, and then she'll have a plan.
No, that's a good point. I was just suggesting finding out what that date is, that the business office can commit. What's the earliest date the business office could commit to provide us with board warrants, because that could inform, or for the warrants, because that could inform when we could get the materials. If there's a hard, we can't get it before the Friday before the meeting, then I'd like to know that, but I'm trying to question, that's all.
No, and you have every right to ask questions.
Carla.
Well, it sounds to me like you have kind of landed on Erica talking to cabinet, finding out when these
Right.
things can be, presented,
Right.
the possibility of an earlier unofficial agenda.
That was what I would not want, I think for both your workload and for me in receiving it, it will be very confusing if you send me something Monday that's half complete, and then you're gonna send it to me on Friday that's fully complete, and then I'm like, is it the Monday, is it the Friday? So I'd rather, you go back and give us the solid, if this is the day they could do it, then that's the day they do it, right? And we have our packet, even if it's that Friday, if that's what we have to do, then that's what we have to do. But just, being mindful of everybody's deadlines, and we would love, what would we love to have it? I would love to have it Wednesday, Thursday, but, that's ideal.
But again, it needs to be memorialized as far as when the superintendent meets with the president to start going through the agenda. Because I, as board president in the past, those meetings, he had a clear agenda. There was no partials, there wasn't any, there was, the attachments may not have been there, but
Right.
the overall, he would always give me a very informative discussion as to why we were bringing this forward, this is how it's going to be presented, blah, 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 blah. And that's how we went through the agenda. But I think memorializing it when you're sitting down with Lisa and Carla and going through that you can do, when you have it pretty much set in cement.
Absolutely. And Kathy?
I agree with Carla. I don't think we should have a partial because then you have to read the whole thing over again. It's like double time. You know, I just feel that,
So
I
we-
agree.
Are you all in agreement? We're not gonna do an unofficial agenda, we'll just wait, find out when we can get the whole
Yes.
kit and caboodle, and then that'll be presented at one of your next meetings in closed session.
Yes, please.
Okay, we are behind time, so we're gonna start racing through. Technology. It's not moving forward.
There you go.
It is.
Okay. This was the spokesperson for the board, and again, you know, all public statements authorized on behalf of the board should be made by the superintendent. You took out that about the public statements made by the board president. You didn't really want that. Superintendent doing talking points, and board members have responsibility to identify personal viewpoints as such. You know, this is my personal individual viewpoint, I'm not talking as a board member. Are we good with that one?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. One of the things that you added, and I really like that, is you put in parentheses on that last one, board members agree to keep the main thing, and then you added children's learning. And again, I think it's really important when we look at how, and this is also part of your, how do you manage your narrative? You know, you can put presentations on your board agenda that highlight the things that you want to highlight. So if there, you know, are things that you want to make sure the community knows how you're investing money in, for example, you can, you know, have presentations at the board level to show that. And all of those things help show the focus, right, that the board has. And you have to be careful to make sure that the right amount of time is being spent on the right things. You know, so making sure that the time that you're allocating in your meetings does focus. So it shows the community that your district efforts are on making sure that the district is providing the best it can for children. And that you're not, you know, getting sucked into a lot of the things that won't be impacting children.
And with that, can I just say that if we can acknowledge as a board, who would we want to designate if we get off topic or we're spending too much time in discussion? Because again, the focus is to keep us on task and doing things in a timely fashion. It doesn't mean, you know, people's voice are, you know, but again, if we're kind of beating a dead horse, we want to be able to just, whether as a board we can acknowledge that we would like Lisa to do it and to bring us back, like she has
She's good at that.
she's really good at, I think as a clerk, to stay on, you know, to stay timely, we've been having this discussion now for the last 20 minutes. So can we, board president, with your permission, so can we wrap up the discussion and just say, okay, do we have anything else added? Or can we ask for the vote? You know, and that's just directing yourself to board president because she is running the meeting. But again, I think it's important for us to really stay on task and keep us focused. She's amazing at it, but as a suggestion, I don't know. What do you think, Lisa?
I'm fine with that, and it would be helpful if we could sort of, and maybe that's when we're working with the superintendent about agendizing, kind of coming up with rough timeframes. So that I can kind of keep an eye on the clock. If I have no idea how long to expect, I wouldn't know. But yeah,
Carla?
absolutely.
I've noticed that when we do, we get caught up in our because we enjoy talking to, I think it's just, you know, we like talking to each other, right? Yeah. But I noticed that when we do the 1, 2, 3, we're quicker.
Yes.
Yes.
It's almost like we're more mindful of like, oh, it's my turn, I gotta,
Yes.
versus popcorn.
Yes.
So it's just observing that
Alma, no.
that works for us, right?
Right.
To take turns.
Yes.
And then I was reading this book that they gave us a while back, and I was planning to let you borrow it, because
Yes.
there's a lot of good stuff in here. And it mentions that most effective school boards take 3 hours to get their business done. I was
3?
like, 3. I was like, whoa.
Because we take longer.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's like, what are we doing, right? So I think that, that's our work.
Yes, I agree.
I like the idea of the time. I think, and obviously, we're way past time, so.
Yeah,
you
we
know,
did it today.
Don't do as I'm doing, do as I'm saying. Yeah, having a time set on an agenda, I think really helps. So speaking of that, there were no changes on this. Don't vote before the vote. That's just something easy to remember. And once the vote has been made, you need to support it, whether your personal opinion.
Right.
And obviously, you don't ever go on social media and say, well, I wasn't in favor of that.
Right,
Yes.
right.
This is what we've been talking about, and so I don't, I think, again, we've got some parking lot on this, but it's, if someone comes up to you with a complaint, you listen, but you remain neutral. You remind that person, no individual authority, you need to speak to HR about that, or you need to speak to the CBO, but always let the superintendent know what it is that they talked with you about. And then, again, we talked about this, the superintendent investigates, gets back, and lets you as an individual know. And if it's a large concern, then she needs to, bring it to everyone, let everyone know. And of course, if it's a personnel concern, it would be in closed session, et cetera. And then you added the word unique, which I thought was good, because if it's the only time, right, it's happened, but if it's multiple times that you're hearing it, might be a little bit. So if it's a unique anonymous complaint, only after you've done an investigation and it's valid would it be shared. Otherwise, it's just a singleton, some unhappy person. This needs to be fleshed out, and that's the performance evaluation. And I don't think today we're going to get even into the goals, but we're going to take a minute or two to be looking at the paperwork that we have on them. So the next time we meet, we can do that. But basically, taking a look at January, changing it since it's now February, you need to do some type of a mid-year progress report for Erica. So you can talk with her and decide what would be appropriate after we share with you what those finalized goals are, okay? And then you do know that you do have to have an end of the year evaluation.
Yes.
It has to,
Yes.
that's legal.
And that's initiated by the board president, correct?
Well, you too need to put it on the agenda, right?
Right, but
Yeah,
it's
when you meet together,
basically
yes,
here.
absolutely. And that's
That's
one of
what
the
I thought.
things that will be on your
Yeah.
calendar. It'll be constantly, that's always something that you're gonna be doing. And then another thing is a self-assessment for how you're doing. So I'm gonna take the quick writes that you did, and the next time we meet, we'll look at, what is it that was working, what are some of the things that you felt needed to be improved, and then we'll use that as a launch pin, and then when you do an annual, let's say at the end of the year, July, August, whenever, we'll see how you did on those things that you wanted to improve on. Okay? We talked about these do's and don'ts, don't overreact, blah, blah, blah. But the last one you changed because of your trustee areas, right? So we wanted
Yes.
to take out specific area and just say, don't represent only elements of your community. So not just one group of people or whatever. And we talked about integrity and all of those. I think that you're good there. I just want to bring up these last things up. So as of 2009, okay, the Brown Act talked about you can't use a series of communications of any kind, either directly or through somebody else, to discuss, deliberate, or take action on any item of business that you as a board are in charge of. And we talked about that. You can't talk to anybody if masking, for example, is going to be something that you're going to be voting on. However, it doesn't mean that you can't have a separate conversation with one other board member if you have a question that needs answering, or if you need some further information. As long as you don't communicate to the other board members what somebody else's position is. So for example, Lisa can ask Kathy, I didn't understand why we're hiring an administrative assistant. And Kathy will say, well, let me see what Elizabeth says. Well, Elizabeth thinks the reason we're doing it, and then I checked with Carla, and Carla thinks you can't do that. You can't have that kind of serial communication, even though you're not actually polling them, you're doing it through somebody else.
But if we've already taken action and had those discussions, and, I mean, we already
Yeah, if it's
made
done.
the,
Yeah, I mean,
It's
if it's
done.
done, right, but then you're not seeking information, right? You're just having a conversation about something that's happened.
Right.
Right.
So am I hearing before is no good, after we can talk how we like between ourselves? Or do we still
Yes.
always have to be mindful of no more than two?
Well, that's a slippery slope too.
It's all
I mean, because we're not gonna
slippery.
take any action, we're like, what would you call it, a postmortem?
Yeah, it's yeah. It's an autopsy.
Yeah, but you know what I'm saying, a postmortem, like when you go through and you say, okay,
Why did we do this? What happened?
no, not even the why, but just like, so that happened, and, you know, I didn't anticipate blah, 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 whatever my personal opinion is on it, but I can't do that with more than one other.
You know, you can, because it's not exactly a violation of the Brown Act, because it's already done.
Okay.
So,
So we're debriefing.
yeah, so
That's
let's,
what I meant.
let's say for
Postmortem
example,
debrief.
Yeah.
let's say for example, and I'll keep using Oakland because it's in the news. So let's say
Poor
that the
Oakland.
board last week voted on the decision to close the 2 schools, okay? That's done.
Yeah.
Now, the board members can talk amongst themselves, you know, was this a mistake? Should we really
That
have
was
done that?
tough, right?
yeah.
And as long as it doesn't get agendized on the, you know,
Right.
near future to talk about again,
Right.
but that's the slippery slope, you never know,
Right.
is it gonna get brought up again?
I see.
So
Because
I would
certain-
keep some distance.
And that's the thing with, there were certain things in the past that a board member completely disagreed and said, you know what, I want to bring this back. But the board member that voted for it can be the board member that can bring it back. If you voted against it, you cannot.
Oh,
really?
That's correct.
I didn't know that.
I mean, and see, in that, I think, for me, Jackie, like, even the evaluation that Carla has to lead, she's never done it before. So those are the pieces that I really think we're uneducated on. Those little details, because we don't know what we don't know.
We don't know.
Yeah.
See, those types of protocols as to what can be brought back, how it can be brought back, those are really important for us to know what does that look like. And I know, you know, like the governance, the, you know, classes that, you know, are offered, but it's a series.
Right.
But I think it's important for all of us to be taking something. I took the CSBA president or, you know, whatever position because I thought it was important for me to really understand what it was I was engaging in
Right.
and what was on my plate as responsibilities, and worked through what that looked like for me. And we haven't done that.
Yeah.
We
We
have
have
not done that. And that's, I think, where we're just so unsteady
Yep.
and uncertain as to, do we do this, do we
Yes.
not do, what do we do? What, you know,
Yes.
and that is what we need help with,
But
in my opinion.
I think you're getting there. You know, once we get the handbook, you know, I think
But we need it like a deeper dive
a
and
deeper dive.
more of an educational type of setting to
Right.
really dig through all of those little finite pieces that we don't know.
Okay. Well, this will be the beginning though,
Yes.
right? I mean, we're at least starting, putting some processes and protocols in place. And then, you know, working from there to, you know, maybe you all decide that you're going to go through the Masters in Governance with CSBA.
I think that would be
Yeah.
really great.
Or, you know, I don't know next year if CSBA is gonna have its annual conference, but it should be in
They
San
had
Francisco.
one in San Diego.
Yeah, it was
We
in
missed
San
that
Diego
one.
this
So
past
the next
year.
one will be in San Francisco.
Right, so you may wanna just, go together as a team and, look at what the presentations are. Make sure that, you've all gone to the ones that are most applicable for you. Yeah, I think that would be great, be a really good idea.
Divide and conquer.
So moving through this though, again, these are things you have to be a little cautious of, okay? Email messages in which a majority of the board is copied, don't do that. Just do one person at a time, or email the superintendent, but don't CC each other, all right? Consecutive conversations, we just talked about that, even though you're doing it through somebody else. Any telephone conference calls, you have to be careful of that as well. You can't have, more than your minority rather, on that. And then internet chat rooms and blogs. Again, I know that you all, probably have personal, things that you do, but I just really recommend that you keep aware of that positional power. Because you don't want to be mistaken. You can, of course, get information like in the superintendent's weekly report, or schedule meetings, or, talk to each other about, I can't make it on Tuesday, you can make it on Wednesday. But I would do all that through the superintendent, don't do it yourselves.
No,
Yeah,
we do it with
we do it
her.
with her.
Yeah,
We don't do it
exactly.
amongst ourselves.
And then, you can have a private briefing as a board member on policy decisions, if you want to know the background or anything like that, as long as you don't ever talk about what other board members have disclosed. So if you want to talk to the CBO about the budget, go right ahead, but don't say, but I know that so-and-so and so-and-so and so-and-so isn't going to vote for that. You just
Got it.
can't do anything like that. So one of the protocols that I'm looking at adding, I think is the next slide. That's the serial meeting where she tells you, you tell her, she tells the next one. So I think we should add this: board members will operate within the boundaries of the Brown Act, that should say Act, sorry. Maintain confidentiality, no serial communications. Are you comfortable with adding that?
That's fine, yeah. We
Yeah,
have to
sure.
follow the Brown Act.
But
As
we
a
should add it
protocol, though, I
formally to
think-
the protocol.
Because you're gonna be bringing new people, you
Yep.
may bring new people on, so making sure. And I'm worried about the
We will
time,
be.
Erica, what time do they have to have?
Stop rubbing it in.
So we have the next agenda item. I did let legal counsel know that it would be more or less around 12:15.
Okay. Okay. So you all have copies of the PowerPoint. I'm not gonna take any more time, but if you just kind of draw a line after slide 38, and then you'll see some, I think there's three more more slides that we're gonna be suggested protocols. If you just take a look at that, and you could
Public
start
comments?
with these next time.
Okay.
And then, we were gonna do some work on the mission and vision, but I don't think we're gonna get to that today, since time is up.
But we
Go on.
can use the one we operate in, right, like the same.
We have those there,
All right.
and so, we
They're
can
not bad.
review those next time as well, but as long as you at least have something to start with. And then I think most importantly for us right now is just taking a look at, if you have print copies of, yeah, if you take a look at the draft versions of the goals and the things that you're gonna be holding the superintendent responsible for in her evaluation, and then the next time we meet together, we'll start with this, and I want you to,
That'll be for Jan. Oh, it's for me.
she has one in
It is
her
for me.
binder.
Okay, got it.
And so individually, look at that before our next meeting, and we'll talk about, if you'd like to add things, and you think some things maybe, shouldn't be on the docket for her evaluation, but we'll work on that then the next time that we get together. That's
So-
this.
Question,
Oh,
these
there are two
were from the stickies that
Yes.
we put up, correct? From our last meeting?
Right.
Okay, that we determined, and then she kind of gave us a synopsis of what she felt she could manage as goals.
Correct,
just to review, okay.
right.
Thank you
And-
for saying that.
And then
Forgot.
you all put stickies up about what some of the success indicators could be,
Mhm.
but then she also added some things that she knows she's already working on and that, would fall under those categories.
So in the successor indicators, because it's an overall at the bottom, correct? So if some of these are done, but some of them are not, how do you measure an overall based on 8 things, like in goal 1, if 3 were done but 5 weren't?
So what I would do is I would look at the gestalt. Okay, so let's say there's 8 success indicators.
Uh-huh.
And let's say she accomplished 6 of them.
Okay.
Okay, so if you felt that, that met the expectations, but it didn't meet all of them, you could give them met expectations, and then under board comments, recommendations, you could put, although the majority of these were completed, these 2 still need work, we recommend that next year she focus on this. Yeah.
But see, a big part of, from what I've done in the past, a lot of these things have to be followed up with data. I can't evaluate her if I don't know, ensure that all teachers attend professional. How would I know that?
So she's going to present to you at her mid-year or whenever you do it. The success indicators will be like, let's say, on the left side of a sheet of paper. And on the right side are going to be the data, the metrics. So she will have how many teachers, what percentage of teachers, for example, participated in professional development on the new writing program? What percentage of teachers participated in whatever it is?
Got it.
And is this evaluation then done, you said at mid-year, obviously, we're February.
Yeah.
Would that be a special session, or would it happen at the monthly? I don't know.
I would do it probably in a closed session, and it could either be at your monthly or it could be at a study session.
Okay,
These
Thank
are in closed session.
closed session, okay.
The thing to keep in
The
mind, though,
updates.
because this is an unusual year because of the start
Transition.
Right.
and all of that,
Yeah.
so,
Yeah.
Is there a paper that I'm supposed to be looking at that has the indicators?
oh,
I'll text
I
you.
think it's in her,
it should be in your binder, Jan.
If not, I can send it to her.
What page is it?
The pages don't have numbers on them, but it's a small 4-page packet, in the workshop section of the binder.
Yeah, can you just send it to me?
I'm
I will
texting
send
you.
it to you right now. I could email it to you, and I think,
I'm texting it too.
Yeah, if you just email it and I'll copy it.
okay.
So,
You know what I found was the quick write.
oh, good, well, we know it's there.
Okay. So this gets done during closed session.
It can be done either in a study session, but it would be closed session because it's a personnel.
Right.
Okay.
Correct.
But right now, you're not evaluating her. Right now, you're gonna just look at these, see if there's any things that you wanna add
Right.
or not do for this year.
Okay.
But think of it more in terms of, okay, at the end of the year, we're gonna have to give her a performance review.
And we
And I-
could add successor indicators if we
Yes.
feel there was something missing?
Yes, absolutely. If there's something that you wanna see that she should be able to show you, then,
Okay.
so we will bring this up at the next time, and I totally apologize. We are well over time and didn't get finished with everything, so. I'm gonna need you, Lisa. Next time, you're gonna be the timekeeper.
Okay.
So we have one
Thank
more,
you.
just a quick evaluation on what we should be doing in terms of these workshops. And also, when would you like to see the next workshop? It doesn't have to be
Yes.
it doesn't have to be a date, but like within the next when? How many weeks or, what are you thinking?
Next month is March, right?
Next month is March already.
I know. But I honestly, I think that this, I don't like too much time going between our meetings because I really want to retain what it is from one meeting to the next. And when we allow too much time to pass us by, it's like trying to
Right, we have to
remember
regroup, right.
and regroup. And so to me, if we could schedule something with you next month, would
Okay.
be great.
I think March.
I'm good with that.
And I think earlier in the month, because our meeting takes place, what, third week of the month?
The fourth Tuesday of the month.
Yeah.
What?
The fourth Tuesday of the month.
Fourth Tuesday, so
So
what
that
about
would be the
aiming for the second?
22nd, yes.
Well, because we,
But you have a calendar.
yeah, but because we have, we generally have a lot of things to talk about, right?
Yeah.
Are we better off doing kind of a study session when we have time, you know, like at least a half a day together?
Yeah.
I think, well, we started at 9. I really don't think 3 hours was enough. To me, 6, 7 hours to really have the ability to talk things through and digest things,
Yeah.
I think we need more time. You know this needs more time.
No, you're right. I mean, and I think as board members, you rarely have opportunities.
We rarely
We
have
rarely
this.
have this
So
type of
to be able
opportunity.
to have the time to hash things out.
And I don't think I know that we spent a lot of time on different items, and I know we didn't get, but I think the discussion was
Yeah.
really important. And everything that, so, I don't think we wasted.
No, I don't think there was any time wasted. And Jan, it just occurred to me, you didn't get the evaluation that everybody's doing, right?
Let me send it to her.
I texted it to her too.
Well, we have a lot of good parking lot things that we need to continue discussing. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Can you pass that down? Gracias. I sent Richard and Vicky I got it from the website, just in case. I sent them también. Okay, good. Good, thank you. Yeah, just in case I was like.
So just as a contrast to what you presented that you received, I'm gonna show you
let's
guys
see,
what I
let's see.
received.
Yeah.
Because it's pretty different.
Let's see what you got and then what I had. Yeah.
But it's got a lot of good info
Oh,
in it.
it does? How come I don't have this?
I don't know, and I don't know why. I know that in the beginning, Diego gave it to me,
I
but I
never
don't know
got
where
this.
it came from, and I don't know.
Everybody builds these based on, because I've seen from every superintendent, their version.
Have you
This
seen
must
that
be
version?
his.
Yes,
I didn't get this.
because they,
not an
again,
agenda,
Dr.
it's
Barr
like-
had his, Lisa
It
had
must be
hers,
his personal.
he had his, everyone's had their version of
Never
this.
received this.
And it looks very functional.
It
has-
does.
It goes through a
What
lot
is it?
of what was on
No,
this,
it is very
what
good.
was on these slides.
It's really good. I'll show you.
And
You should give her a copy.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
if it's not broken, you know. It's really
it looks
good.
like a good place to start.
Definitely. I mean, this
Oh,
one,
this is a more recent one then, it's a 20.
Yes.
Yeah, it is.
this one's not, it
from
was when we
2020.
got initially with Dr. Burr was here. Dr.
No,
Barr.
2020?
Yeah, that was
December
2020.
2020.
The last one that I saw
Oh, it
was
was
on
a
a
year
board
before I
agenda.
came on board. I came on
was
December 21. No,
2015,
yeah, no. I came on
16.
2020, December 2020, right? Liz? Did we get reelected?
Yeah, 2020.
But
She got
wasn't
reelected.
Diego here then?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh.
This is a Diego book, that's why Erica
Yeah,
hasn't seen
okay,
it.
not
Well, it's
Bill
not,
Barr,
but it's not on the
Diego.
agenda.
I
That's why
didn't
it's
get it
late.
either.
Going back onto the board agendas, I didn't find the attachments for it.
He wouldn't have, I don't think, because we officially didn't, this is just him handing
Oh, I
Yeah,
see.
his
it wasn't
little
an official.
manual.
Member.
There you go.
Yeah,
Here,
it
this
wasn't
is
an
my
official
version of what I want you to
conversation.
know as a board
Yeah.
member.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
look what I'm working on with Erica,
Right.
so that.
He must have just given
This
it
is
to
from
her as, this is
CSBA,
what I
and
want.
then
Make
board
copies for
member
everybody.
needs
I know if it
It's
works.
very, very detailed, so probably more
Very
than we need to know, but
nice.
once we do it, then it'll be
And-
there for you and for anybody who comes on.
Nice.
Lisa and Kathy, and this one has the actual, see, the board
The
bylaws.
bylaws, I mean,
Of just this piece of like,
but we have other board bylaws.
there's more, but this,
yeah.
these are just a few.
I know I've been reading.
Is that different from this?
Yes.
It is, that has, but that has the CSBA like printed thingy.
This I
It's,
got when I
like, very
first
high
got elected,
level.
2018.
Okay, so that's probably the CSBA.
The CSBA stuff, scary to check that one out.
Erica might wanna look at that binder.
Should take copies of them.
Yeah,
so that way we
exactly.
could see
No,
what
Yeah.
you
right,
could
yeah,
mix
I
and
mean, if we're
match
gonna
for
put
our
together
board.
something, we might
Yeah.
as well combine.
Thank you for bringing it.
Yeah, Dr.
I
Barr
found
gave
it
us
and I was like,
this,
What is this?
Oh, yeah,
OMG.
yeah, oh, this is the
This has been,
CSBA
it answers a
official
lot
one,
of
yeah.
questions.
What it takes to lead, and you just, it was like a
Oh,
quick little,
Yeah.
intro, and then he put the bylaws in
yeah,
there.
okay, good, oh,
You know, of
yeah,
And
how-
even that's better than nothing.
It was something to work off of.
Yeah.
But I think honestly, once we get all of this stuff put together,
It'll be, yeah.
and then put some of what's
Yes.
not, we don't, yeah, this would be great. Is this yours too?
No, that one's Lisa's, this
That's
one's mine.
mine, but you
Yeah.
can give it to Erica.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
And she can just copy the meat. The
Okay.
stuff on the left,
Okay.
it's
And
not
that one you wanna-
applicable,
okay,
but
yeah.
the actual, like, three hole punch.
the John's card right there.
And then these were the books that I
Is
had.
this yours?
Yeah, we received
And these were the
those
books
when,
that I had that I.
Yeah, this one is
That
good, the CSBA
Yeah,
one.
but you
Right.
can borrow it.
I'm not familiar with
Are-
that one.
I
Are you
know.
gonna order me
When
one?
when
I can
Seppi was
order
working with us,
Engaging, what is it called?
she introduced
Engaging
these two
Collective
books.
Will?
Oh, okay.
It's really
Um,
easy read, and
Because
it
this
gives
is
you
about
so
school
much
board
info about
superintendents and
boards and
together.
Yes,
And
it's really
so
good. Here,
there
I'll
might
wait
be
for
some
mine.
good meat
Okay,
in here.
thank
too.
you. This looks like a
Yeah,
good
it was like,
book.
oh,
See, yeah, I do
Yes.
think at
You
some
wanna
point
get
you're
that.
gonna have to think about how you orient new people through your process.
So here's what I printed out from CSBA, like what every new board member needs to know, and I started working with
gave us those.
Erica to fill it in.
Perfect,
Yeah,
perfect,
because that
yeah.
could be part of that
That would be
orientation
part of, and you
packet.
can have a whole
It's a good,
orientation
easy
binder.
book,
Right.
to.
Yeah,
Right.
so you'd have your governance handbook, you'll
About how
have, you know, all of,
work
and
in a
also,
team.
you
Because
know,
that
like a chart,
information,
who
if
to
it's,
contact.
right, well, that's what this is, so like this talks
Yeah,
about like,
and it's easy
who are
to.
the other board
Right,
members,
right.
what are our different departments,
Remember this
and
one,
the
Liz?
heads and the
Yes,
phone numbers.
yes.
And then it goes into
She's
the
gonna order them for
schools,
both
like,
Kathy and maybe Lisa
and
too.
their grade levels
Lisa's
and their
got one.
principals, and,
I
but it
would
also talks
love
about
one.
like,
I read for a couple pages, it's really good.
advisory
This one's so
committees
good
and
'cause it
panels
has
and
it.
commissions, and then
Seppi,
also the data, like from
When
Ed
Seppi
Data,
first came.
student population, ethnic,
Yeah.
percentage of
And,
ELL, all that,
she brought us all
Dashboard
these
info,
books, and we're
which
like,
we
oh,
don't
cool.
necessarily have.
Right, yeah, oh, that would be
Talks
very,
about
very
board
helpful.
Yeah, so
conflict.
she and I, when we meet,
Uh-oh.
I'm
Elected
happy to
window.
educate you, and then I can pass it on
Yeah.
to Kathy and whomever else comes in. But yeah, this is a good one.
Yeah,
I was
I've
going
seen
through
that
my
one
stuff,
before,
but
that's very good.
Yeah,
Sharing is
this is,
caring.
well, because they talk about all this stuff in here, right? Norms.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we have the trustee maps.
I started taking protocols,
That should, that should be
another new member
Hopefully.
orientation.
When is that, at 12:30?
So like, yeah.
right now.
Governance calendar. I
We're
was
just
thrilled
overflowing.
about
She's
this.
on the line right now.
So
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, good stuff.
this
really
would be
good
good,
stuff.
yeah.
All right.
Thank you
Well,
for your
thank you. Do
help.
I have everybody's evaluation and
Yes,
exit
ma'am.
tickets out? Okay. Well, thank you so much.
Thank
And
you.
I'll work with Erica,
Yes.
who will work with all of you, and we'll figure out what,
Did you guys
what
set
dates.
a date?
I think we're
No.
gonna have to work it out calendar-wise. Yeah,
Yeah.
But hopefully sometime next month.
yeah, definitely next month,
Yeah,
and
good
we're
idea.
looking at least 4 hours maybe?
Yeah.
If
At
not
least.
more.
Yeah.
At least.
Where are the maps?
The way we've been working.
I think 5 would probably be ideal.
Are they one, it's like paperclip? Okay. And then the presentations in the binder.
In the right.
Isn't it in here? I think she put them.
The
Oh, the
posters, no,
new
but
ones.
the new
The
ones,
big
so
maps.
that you can see it
Yeah.
better.
Nice.
Nifty,
Yeah, I
Thank
like
you,
these.
Thank you.
We're not like,
but now I have a different, I have a
And
different
It's okay, that,
focus.
we can, just look at it.
I understand better now what
Yeah.
the focus should be, and I didn't understand it well before, so.
It's good to process and.
yeah.
And it's
marinate
nice
in
to
it.
see this new
Jackie,
possibility.
thank you so much.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you,
Oh,
Jackie.
Thank you, it's
Yeah.
always fun.
Well,
Um,
you did, you really, get us going. Thank you very, very much.
I need to hire Lisa to be the timekeeper though.
I know.
We never seem to
This is
quite get to the end of the
I
line.
know.
Do
You want to know something? In a previous life, I was a logistics coordinator for large-scale meetings.
I could see that.
And
yes.
I used to have to plan out all that, and then also the handouts and the breakouts and blah, 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 and all of that. So it's in my nature, but like what could help me is next time you meet, if you give me some general parameters
Yes.
of how much you want to, that helps me manage to your parameters.
Yes, and I guess
So,
one of my own personal issues is, I really do feel that because the boards don't get a chance to talk, you never have this opportunity to talk. I err on the side of, well, let's just let people.
no, air in the room is great, and I think that's part of what Liz is saying, more hours. Because some really great ideas came out of
Yes.
that long term, like when we did that work, the first meeting,
Right.
with the, more of that, as well as education.
Yes,
Because that's where we're gonna come up with that robust
Yeah,
process.
the creative side of things can really start bubbling.
Or our comfort level and our confidence builds each time, I feel.
I think that's true, when you live with it, like studying, right? When you're learning a language, I think you should go 5 days a week. Because then you're speaking that language every day.
Yeah.
And so, yeah,
Immersion.
yeah, and that's what this is, for me,
We're
for you too,
continuous.
Kathy.
Continuous learners, for sure.
Well, we are all continually learning, I
Yes.
have to say, especially I think as a result of COVID and what it's caused everyone to learn and do. When I think about how quickly we were able to turn into distance learning, that's
Right.
amazing. I would have never believed that could have happened.
I
you know?
agree.
But it did, so
I
we're
agree.
constantly faced with challenges and we just rise to the occasion, so I
Yeah,
think
that's
that that's all
Part of
very
education,
positive.
right?
It is. That's why we do what we do.
Yes.
thank you, Jackie.
Thank you so
Yes,
much.
thank you.
I'm gonna just leave the
Yes.
little.
And so we're still
We're still in open.
open, so
Yes.
our next item on the agenda is public comment. Do we have any public comments?
Nobody called, right, that we know of?
No.
That would be the only way, right?
And then we have the speaker cards, nobody filled out.
Nope.
Okay. Next, we have the discussion of trustee area maps, and we have our speaker ready.
Attorney Nicole Tucker.
Hi.
Hi, Nicole.
Hello. It is nice to be with you all again, even if it's virtually.
Yes.
So today I have two presentations for you. So we were able to take the concerns that you all had expressed during our last board presentation back to the demographer, and they did produce another map.
Yes.
But before doing that, I wanted to kind of give a 30,000 foot view of the process. And I think that would be beneficial because of a lot of the questions we were going through, and to kind of help answer those questions. So let me share my screen here. I get a presentation up. Oh, this is the wrong one. Okay, sorry. Alrighty, so this is, can we all see the presentation?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. So this presentation will give just a brief overview of the two California Education Code sections that have to do with trustee area mapping. That's in 5019 and 5019.5. So 5019 is
is for districts that were formerly at-large elections, and then it dictates the creation of trustee area maps. And then 5019.5 is where the school district was already a district that was by trustee area, and then now they have to update their map following the census. So and I want this to be a conversation, so if you guys have, any of you have questions throughout, just let me know. And I want to go through just kind of some definitions and some background, just so that we're all on the same page. And forgive me if this is I'm sure I'm informing experts here, but I just want to, just so that we're all on the same page. So the at-large election, that's when you have your entire trustee district, right? Your entire district votes for all trustees. This is where the district was a few years ago. And then you created trustee areas, is my understanding. There's also the from trustee area elections, where there are trustee areas, but it's still at large for the entire district to vote for all those different trustees. And then we have by trustee area election. Oh, was that a question?
No, I said, thank you, yeah.
Okay, sorry, no, I heard something, and you know how Zoom, the audio cuts in and out, so I wanted to make sure I wasn't blowing past a question. And then we have by trustee area elections, where we have trustee areas, and that trustee area elects that trustee to represent that trustee area. So that's where we are right now. And that's what Hollister School District is. It's a by trustee area election district. And so, we'll go to the next. So kind of as a background of a lot of this election law and where it really changed was following 2001, where you had the California Voting Rights Act. And essentially the California state legislators said, hey, when you do at-large districts, you're actually alienating a lot of your minority voters or your interest group voters, because it's getting drowned out by the entirety of the majority. And so the at-large method of election may not be imposed or applied in a manner that impairs the ability of protected classes to elect candidates of their choosing. And so with this as the background is where you see a lot of shifts from at-large districts to trustee area elected districts, because under this framework, which is abbreviated throughout the presentation as the CVRA, as a CVRA as a framework, the by trustee area is the only way to ensure against litigation that you're not violating election representation rights of the one vote equals one person equals one vote, right? That's always kind of we heard that in school, the one person equals one vote. The CVRA, the only way to ensure under this legislative framework that's being honored is by an election by trustee area to elect a trustee. So then transitioning to trustee areas from an at-large. So this is the process that Hollister went through about 2 years ago, where it's a very detailed process under the Education Code. So there's 3 different ways that this can even come up. It can be by petition from the electorate, initiated by a county committee, or by resolution of the district. And then, so the creation of by trustee area plan, the demographer and legal counsel will assist the district by dividing the district into trustee areas based upon a number of factors. The constitutional, the one person equals one vote factor, and then honoring communities of interest. This can be ethnically, this could be certain neighborhoods that have traditionally have different interests than other groups within the total boundaries. Also wanting to honor natural and man-made boundaries. See this with, there's a river in the middle of a trustee area. Not purposely breaking things apart, that are gonna make travel difficult for that trustee to be able to go and, speak with their constituents. Then there's the Federal Voting Rights Act compliance. And this is if you remember during the presentation I gave a few weeks ago, we were going through this map. That's the CVAP population. This is the Citizens Voting Age population. This is a projected number given by the Census Bureau of the number of registered voters over the age of 18, broken down by ethnic and racial population. And so wanting to not hack or crack those different minority groups, hacking, meaning putting them all in one trustee area and therefore diluting their influence in all other trustee areas, or the opposite, that's going to be cracking, which is purposely diluting minority votes into different districts so that there's no majority. And then respecting incumbency is always something that they're going, that Democracy and Legal Counsel will take into consideration when creating trustee area maps, because you, as trustees, were elected by your constituents. And so we don't want to unseat someone and cause undue cost to the district to have to do a special election, but also to respect the fact that you were voted by the majority of constituents in the district and in the overall trustee area. Then there's a number of other factors, but those really are the main 5. So then, so prior to preparing trustee area maps, there's going to have to be public hearings to gather community input, and then the local entity must publish at least one proposed trustee area map for consideration by the community. The local entity must publish a potential sequence of elections to show how the staggered terms will impact individual trustee areas. There's a lot of different considerations because you are completely changing the way that the entire district is voting. And so there's a number of considerations that have to be put forth to the public so that the public understands what impact this has, and it's not just, I now vote within, these 4 square blocks or however big, the trustee area is, but that, this means that there's going to be different sequences in terms, and so then, and then if revisions are made and published for at least 7 days prior to adoption. We then have the Fair Maps Act. So this question comes up a lot when we're going through these presentations. In 2019, California legislation passed what's called the Fair Maps Act, and this puts a series of requirements for public entities in creation of trustee area maps or by adjusting trustee area map boundaries. The biggest takeaway from this, for you all to know, is that this act does not apply to County Board of Education and it does not apply to school districts. So, ongoing here. The county committee must hold at least one public hearing within the school district's boundaries, and then following the public hearing, the county committee must by resolution either approve or reject the proposal of the creation of trustee areas and then set the date for the election. For the public to come in and vote, do we want trustee areas or don't we want trustee areas? If an election is called by the county committee, there's only one question that's put forth before the voters, and that's for the establishment of trustee area trustee areas in ABC School District and Hollister School District. Vote yes, or for the establishment of trustee area and within Hollister School Districts, Fresno Unified School District, whatever the school district is, no. So it's a yes or no, that's the only question that is allowed under the California Education Code. Now, that requirement slightly changed following January 1st, 2022, where now the county committee can look in to see and avoid having an election, but that's, we're already there, so that's not necessarily on point. So then, regardless of the method used to implement transition, there's no immediate impact on any term of any board member when we vote in a trustee area. Instead, all future elections would have to occur within the trustee area. So it's not everyone's unseated, we all have to get voted back in. That's not the case. Is there any questions on the creation before we go into the process of updating trustee area maps?
No, it looks like we're good. Thank you.
Awesome, okay. So now you have trustee area maps. Your district has voted yes, we want that. So now the census happens, now what happens? Well, so the process of updating trustee area maps following the census is a truncated version, because you already had that public approval to have trustee areas. The public's already okayed the trustee areas that have been created. There's already been that level of of public involvement. And so now this is more of a truncated version of the 5019 process and the 5019.5 in order to just adjust those boundaries given the census data. So by law, trustee areas must be updated every 10 years. And then they must be updated by February 28th, 2022, or the County Committee on School District Organizations will update the maps without the district's consent or input at the district's cost and expense. So similar to the creation of trustee areas, a demographer and legal counsel will assist the district. But the most important factor here is balancing the trustee areas, which means keeping that rough proportionality of a less than 10% variance of each area. That's going to be the prevailing most issue when creating these trustee areas, adjusting it following the census data. Alongside the population balance, the demographer will take into consideration the communities of interest, the natural man-made boundaries, the CMAP population. We all discussed that at length. But again, the biggest portion is going to be that achieving the population balance, because those communities of interest, the natural man-made boundaries, maybe not the CMAP population, but all those were taken into consideration when the maps were initially created. So, like I said, it's a much more truncated process than actually creating trustee area maps, because the purpose of this process is to balance the already existing trustee areas. There is no specific process requirement, but we do recommend at least one public hearing. And with that, do you have any questions?
Oh, looks like we do. Yes, Kathy. Hi, Nicole. This is Kathy for District 3.
Hi, Kathy.
Hi, and in respect, I know you're not a demographer. I know you are the attorney.
Yes.
But I had some questions. We have 3 maps here. I had pulled the original map that we had on our website, and it had listed a lot of street names, and I know that the maps that you gave us, they're kind of hard to read the street names. So looking closely on these 3 maps,
I guess we don't take any consideration into school sites, because on 2 of the maps, there's a trustee area that has no school attached to the area.
That's not good.
Which one?
So,
Which scenario, Kathy?
okay, scenario,
The new one?
scenario number 1, let's take that. So, I believe that trustee area 4 has no school attached.
They have a star, oh, that's where they live.
Yes, that's where they live.
Because Sunny Slope School is transferred over to trustee area 5.
Oh, good.
So trustee area 4 has no schools attached. So in scenario 2, which I feel is the best,
Yeah,
everybody at least has 1 school.
and it's the best variance, or at least amount.
On the new scenario 3, you're also looking at trustee area 4 has no school attached.
Really?
So they don't, the Sunny Slope is,
4 doesn't have Sarah Vista?
Yeah, doesn't Ford gain?
Or
some
Ladley?
stuff?
nope.
No,
If
it's
you
definitely not
see
Lad Lane.
That little tiny patch of purple there,
Uh-huh.
that is,
Oh.
that's Sarah Vista right there. I'm not understanding why that was not included in trustee 4.
So 1
Yeah, because
and,
they literally carved out a little.
So we
1
have-
and 3 for trustee 4 do not have schools.
Right. I kind of felt that was
Wait,
important.
1 and 3, wait a minute.
Scenarios 1 and 3 do not have a school attached to trustee area 4.
Wow.
However, can I just say this? If we are elected for a certain population, but all schools should be within our purview and our responsibility,
Should.
no matter whether or not we have a quote school in our district. So I'm struggling with this, right? As
May
my,
I interject? Sorry.
sure,
Okay, so with the population, so the population, the maps are drawn based upon populations that live in it. Now, necessarily, within those boundaries, even if there's no physical school location, your constituents would attend a school.
right.
And so the different maps are provided to the district. They're all legal, they're all constitutional, they all meet that rough proportionality. We have the CMAP populations for you to consider, so we're not packing or cracking or violating anybody's federal voting rights. All those different factors, if you as trustees believe that it is important to have a school site within the boundaries of a trustee area, that is something that you are allowed to take into consideration. That's something that you are permitted to have as a contributing factor. But the maps are not drawn according to that, because the maps are drawn according to population living within those boundaries.
Right, and that's great. But clearly on map scenario 3, the constituents for this particular school are all in trustee 4, and yet the school is in trustee area 5, which is a little difficult to understand for the constituents
So
of
are you-
trustee area 4.
Are you talking, this is service right here?
Yeah.
I have a question too, Nicole, unless anyone else has one. I'm glad you put the current trustee area to kind of compare, contrast. And so, first question is, when we vote or decide, is our current map also up for voting and deciding, or is it the 3 scenarios only?
It's the 3 scenarios only, because
Really?
the current map is unconstitutional.
It was based on 10 years ago.
Well, hold on, because we might have an issue with that. This map that was developed, these trustee areas that were developed, they were developed with recommendations from MALDEF 2 years ago. And with stakeholder input, like you had described, with, everyone, being invited to provide input. They're not old trustee areas that were developed 10 years ago. They were developed 2 years ago. And so my concern is that we're not honoring that process that was completed. And we could get into potential, there could be potential challenges with that. And I think you just said that they're not, did you say the current maps are not constitutional?
Correct, because given they were constitutional at the time they were created.
2 years ago.
Correct. 2 years ago, we didn't have the 2020 census data in order to create these maps.
So when they were created 2 years ago, they were created with the census data of 10 years ago, correct?
2010.
Of 2010.
Right.
That's correct.
So 2019, right? So in 2019, the census data was still being looked at that existed in 2010.
But also, if you compare and contrast, the current trustee area is most similar to scenario 2, which also has the least amount of variance.
Right.
And everyone has a school, to Kathy's.
No, absolutely.
So I'm saying, I know you said it's unconstitutional, but it's interesting that it's so similar to scenario 2.
Right, and so when we look at,
What is
let me see, I can go, let me go back
If it's
to this.
unconstitutional, what is
This is
it?
kind of a helpful map to look at, it's on page 3.
Yeah. Well, the numbers would
Right.
determine, what we're discussing is that, trustee Carla said, that the maps look similar, even though the data from 2010 to 2020 has, increased tremendously, with voters and our population, so, and the demographics, within our community. So we're just wondering how the data compiled from 10 years, apart, still looks relatively, on a map, very close.
Right, so this is, on page 3, I think this might be a helpful map for you to look at. So the different colors on this, or the different lines on this map here.
No, we don't.
Sorry. Ours are black and white.
Ours
but
are
we
black
can
and
look at
white,
your
Nicole,
screen.
sorry.
No, that's totally fine. So the different lines here on this map, not necessarily the different colors. The different colors are going to show the percentage of Hispanic voting age population. But the different lines on this map are going to demonstrate the different census blocks. And so on, on the new map that the demographer created, which one trustee, I'm sorry, you're all about this big on my screen, I can't tell who's who. But the one trustee had said it looked like the school had actually been cut out of it. It's because the demographer has to draw the maps based upon these census blocks. And so with these different census blocks, if the population has, changed within these blocks, that's why you can have, slight change to it, to a map that actually has an incredible impact on the number of individuals living within that trustee area because of how many individuals are living within a singular trustee area block. We have a highly densely populated area within one of those blocks. Removing a single block from the map will have a significant impact on the total population variance. Does that help clarify how you, that question?
Yes.
Yes and no. I mean, yes and no, looking at the percentages,
in the page where you have comparing the citizen voting age 2015 to 19, and then total population 2020 census, you know, so it's like this page attached to the map. I'm looking
not
at,
sure what page.
I'm looking at scenario 2, conceptual, trustee area.
It's the tables, Nicole,
Is it
that,
page 8, the one that's up right now?
No, oh, yeah.
Yeah.
mhm.
Yes, but yours looks different than ours, but yes, it's that one. So just looking at that, you kind of see, you know, comparing the percentages, right, what I see, and then you help us, right, looking at this. I just see that, you know, proportionately, they're similar, but the percentages go up. Am I reading it correctly?
I'm not sure.
So,
Scenario two.
farther in behind scenario 2, where it has 3 tables, one with the total population of 2020 census, and then a second one that says population 18 and over for 2020 census, and then below that, the citizens by voting age
Right.
population estimate from 2015 through 2019. So that we can see where we were dealing with and what the new proposed
Right.
scenario, with the additional population, how that breakout would be. So what you're
yes.
missing is the old stuff to contrast it by,
Right.
per scenario.
For voting age.
And I'm looking at the communities of interest, right? So just looking at the label Hispanic Latino, comparing it in 2015 to 2019 to the 2020 census. And in just looking at scenario 2, right, that has the least amount of variance. And again, going to the point that I'm saying, that the current trustee area map is most similar to scenario 2.
Right.
Right, we really only see a slight variance here in trustee area 2, and really a slight variance here in trustee area 4. That's really the major shifts. And I'm sorry,
so Nicole,
This one.
they're talking about the tables that come attached with each map, from the demographer. So each attachment, scenario 1, 2, and 3 came with the map, and then the second page was the table.
Because
let me.
It's similar to the data that you're showing, but it's in a different format, and it goes back to 2015-19 in a portion of the table.
which is important,
It
because
is
that's how,
important, yes.
this is telling us what people in those areas are voting, how many people are actually voting. You have how many people are of age,
Right.
but we want to know how many have participated in actual voting between 15 to 19.
And the communities of interest, it breaks us down by, you know, the racial demographic breakdown.
Right.
And that is important, like you had mentioned, Nicole, right? That's part of this whole thing, is we gotta make sure that, you know, everybody's voice is at the table. So just, you know, kind of comparing it. It's just good for, I think, for all of us to kind of see that, and the public to understand that. And that it is similar to our current trustee area.
It's pretty interesting on 2, for my area, 15 to 19 shows 44.8%, and in the population 18 and over for 2020 shows 47.9%. So whereas before, the white ethnicity was predominant, was the highest percentage, and now it's significantly smaller. It's like
Right.
7% smaller than the Latin, Hispanic Latino. So,
That is, yeah, I noticed that too.
yeah, I mean, so isn't that better?
That actually goes across all trustee areas.
Yeah, But I
And-
mean, but for particularly that area.
Right,
Where it flips the script, so to speak, if we're trying to focus
right,
on that,
communities of
Right.
interest, right.
right, community of interest, right,
Oh, you're right.
so. Bottom line, we have to choose one of these, right?
Yes.
Right, I'm sorry, I found those maps, I'm trying to get that pulled up for,
Well, we can't
for us right
choose
now,
it
or
today,
those
we're
tables.
just discussing.
I
We
see,
have to do it in a regular form.
I see.
We'll vote on this at our
February
monthly,
22nd.
February 22nd.
So this is for clarification,
This is for
focus,
discussion.
Right.
yeah.
Okay. Any other question? Jan, do you have any, or trustee Grist?
You're on mute, babe.
Are we going to have a session with the public beforehand?
This
Like,
is
are we
it.
gonna open up the, on our 22nd, can we open up the,
Well, this was their
Today.
opportunity.
Yeah.
Today,
an opportunity for the public to see this before we vote, or?
Well,
what are
we did
gonna-
have it at the last board meeting, this board meeting, and then the vote takes place on the 22nd.
right,
And they're also posted online.
That's right.
right.
All
And
of the
there's an-
scenarios?
Yes, there's a electronic form for people to vote on, as far as what they think about.
Have you received any
Have we
input?
received any?
Last I checked, a week ago, there was 3.
There was 3
Okay.
a week ago,
Okay.
3 responses.
Okay. And we'll know
Can
those.
we- Can we do like a reminder in Parent Square for people to look at these districts and to communicate that with your office,
Or
Superintendent?
we'll do the survey.
Benson?
Sure.
Does everyone agree to
Thank you.
to that idea? Trustee Grist posed an idea of checking if we think that.
I actually think it would be a good idea as well, just to, especially since we have a new scenario.
And this is for the next 10 years. It's a very significant
Right.
decision.
Well, I did receive some feedback that helped inform my understanding that said that because these are, especially because these are so new, it would probably be best to go for the least amount of variance as possible, and leave it for next 10 years to see where we are then, instead of trying to predict, which was what I was doing, trying to predict where the district and the population of the people within this district will look like in 10 years, and trying to inform my vote that way. It made me understand that this is still relatively new, so try to keep it as close to possible.
But I think from our last discussion at the last board meeting, your concern was valid in the sense that you were very restricted. There was no possibility of you gaining really any more ground on development or, growth with voters. It's pretty much because you're so squeezed
I'm boxed in.
You're boxed in. There isn't, and with the new scenario that they provided, because we know there's growth and new development all over here
Right. And
happening,
and
as well as here, as well as here,
Right.
as well as here, and I'm sure as well as Kathy's.
Well, right, and that was to that point.
And that's what I
10
think
years
is
from now, we don't
smart
know
for
where.
us, because that gives every district an opportunity to build on that growth and capture that and representation. Because you will never, if we stick to the first scenario, again, your numbers, I don't see your numbers growing. These will probably
Right,
outgain this district here.
right, but we won't know. What will always be the variable is what population, ethnicities will fill that space.
Right, I get it.
Regardless.
I get that piece.
And
Yeah,
from
right.
that place, I was thinking, since none of us will know,
Right.
what that map will look like 10 years from now, that we just
But see, the
kind of
variant
keep it.
Right, because the smallest variant was the 2.4,
Right,
based on what we have numbers now.
they're all
And
small.
then one was 4.1.
Right, and one was,
And then the
Was
the new one is 3.1.
oh, 3.1, so somewhere in between.
So it's in the middle,
Yeah, somewhere in
But-
between.
yet still gains the possibility for development as it's reaching outward
Agreed. That's,
and capturing those families
Yeah.
and the opportunity to know, okay, what your constituents are asking for within our school district.
yeah. But it did, if we look at the,
Because the variants are gonna change just because there's growth everywhere in the
Right,
community.
but
But I
for
think-
right now, it did like take 182 people away from my current numbers. It says it would be a negative 182 for population variance from the old numbers overall, which is significant compared to the rest. As a trustee area 5 gains 133. So I was paying attention to that.
As far as your vote, your
For the-
citizens voting
Correct. It's not as balanced as the others.
as five, well, number one, area 4 is still 2,000 or so, right? Because everybody else is 5 and yours is at 7.
What do you, I'm talking about like the number, the top one, where it says trustee area and the total population.
See, I wasn't even looking at total population, I was looking at citizens voting age between the 2019 and,
Oh,
2015 and 19.
okay, so you're looking at the map.
Yes,
I
because
was
those,
not, I was
those
looking at the
numbers are
data
there.
behind.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay,
I did want to circle back just real briefly on, the population 18 and over versus the citizen voting age population. Were there any questions on why those numbers are different?
No,
No.
no,
Okay, so the citizens by voting age population, it doesn't necessarily represent every registered voter. But those numbers would be different because, you might have, non-citizens of the country who are counted in the census but are,
Not
Not
actually voting,
going to be
don't have
part
the
of the-
ability to vote, right?
Right.
Which,
that
right?
makes sense.
You might have felons who are,
Totally understand. Yes,
all right.
we understand.
I have one last question, Nicole.
Yeah.
When we vote on a map and we get that map, will it be more detailed as far as streets? It's vague here.
yes,
Will,
I can ask the demographer to include street names.
That
Answer
is
that
helpful.
to the
because
demographer.
it, yeah, because it.
this is the map we have now and it's in detail.
Right,
And
because I,
that's-
yeah,
That should be something, when we finalize it, it
It
will
will
look like
look
that.
like this? Okay.
will it, I mean, is
It
that,
should.
is that that's a request we're making, so. Right, Nicole, then,
Yeah, that shouldn't be a problem. I can ask the demographer to do that. That shouldn't
thank
be-
you.
and I think when we're having discussion in the regular meeting about this, that we should talk about that it doesn't, because 2 of the 3 scenarios don't include an actual school within, we should make sure that we mention that that doesn't mean that area doesn't have any responsibility, because we all take responsibility for all the schools within the district. And even if there isn't one in our demographic area.
Were you, trustee Grist, were you going to?
Yeah, there's only one pot of money, so.
Right.
But I will challenge us to thinking of the 10 years ahead of us, and that we may or may not be in these seats,
Right,
and we may or may not be thinking like that, whoever's in these seats. And so I think the protection we have to be mindful of is that representation, right, of these schools and the communities of interest. If there is not a school in that area, what could that mean? So just kind of thinking about what that could mean,
It's,
because I didn't even catch that.
yeah.
but here's the deal, it hasn't been on my radar since the very beginning, because I never thought that any of us are supposed to have, quote, a pet school or a neighborhood school, regardless of, the school that my kids went to is Sarah Vista, which is not in the area.
So I'll give you the other side, the other perspective of why I decided to run. And as a student that went to Hollister School District.
Yeah,
And lived on the west side.
yeah,
Whoever was in charge back in those years.
Yeah.
Was not considerate of the needs of that community on the west side.
There you go.
completely
They-
understandable.
They did not think about the children and the families that were low income or didn't speak, English. And so there were consequences to
Mhm.
us. And so, which is why, I decided to run, because we need that voice. And so that's my worry of, like, that happened, now we're here, let's protect and make sure that that doesn't happen again, if that makes sense.
So in that vein, yes, it does make sense, but in that vein, not having a school within an area actually frees you up. Means that you can't be partial to any school,
But
because there is
also-
no school.
But also, as the city has their areas, their
Yeah.
trustee areas, and if we have a problem, we look up who our representative is, and we go right to them.
We do.
If the schools, the constituents around that school have a problem, they can look up, who's the trustee for my area? Can they help me?
Can
You
they
know,
advocate?
that's, I believe that's why,
Well, that's one of the key components
right.
that has to be taken into consideration.
Mhm.
And Nicole, Kathy was referencing in your previous, is it in this, the previous presentation?
It's
No,
page-
this
Oh, it's
today.
this one today?
Yes, 32? 32 in the board packet.
Considerations in trustee areas.
The first presentation that came up on the screen from the demographer,
Actually has a page 1 on it,
It's page on it?
page 1.
Oh, yeah, but it
At the
says page
bottom,
32 on this
32
one.
on
the
top.
32 is our internal number.
Okay,
for-
that's
for the
fine.
packet.
Page 1.
So page 1 of the trustee area scenarios from the company, the demographer. Do you have access to that presentation, Nicole?
Oh, maybe she doesn't.
Is it this one here?
No.
This one's we see the map and the table.
The one you were,
It's because my screen sharing is paused, hold on. Let me, that would make sense as to why you couldn't see.
but
Okay.
yeah, that's supposed to be a
Is it
consideration.
this
Yes.
one?
Yes, that one.
But should
Next
it be a
page.
limited, a limit?
There you go. The last bullet.
It's a consideration. Something for us to think about, Okay.
But so,
Oh, I know.
I know we go back to.
So like I was saying, in my area, my kids went to Sarah Vista, and Sarah Vista isn't in my area right now. The school that's in my area right now is Sunny Slope. And I'm not familiar with Sunny Slope, and it's very rare that anybody in my area is gonna go to Sunny Slope. They might go to AAA or HDLA or one of the specialty schools, but the odds of somebody in my area ending up at Sunny Slope are slim to none.
And the other discussion I think is relevant to this is, are we going to consider redoing our school boundaries maps? And how that looks like, of what the impact is of the growth. Because we have to consider what, because we talk about neighborhood schools in some cases, but what
But we
does
know
that
they're not.
mean?
They're
They're
not.
based on old numbers, not with all of the growth. So I think it's just as important as we're doing this discussion to also consider revamping our neighborhood school boundaries.
Well, some of the people in my constituency would be going to Sunny Slope.
Well, but remember that when, I see you, trustee Gris.
I think that, we have to, and whoever becomes, a school board member in the future, they have to realize that they're responsible for all the schools. And that needs to be in our protocols and our
That's where
board
they put it
policies.
there.
Yeah, it is though, in the.
Well, yes, and that, we have to respect that, because the idea that, that if there's a problem at a school, we want parents to be going to the superintendent. We don't want parents to be coming to us, number one. Number two, if we work as a team, as a board, because we represent all 10 schools. So if there's a problem at one school, there's probably a similar problem at another school. And if we don't communicate those problems, we're not going to know that. And number three, and I think which is really, really important, and I think Lisa hit it on the head when she said it doesn't really matter if we have a school or not, because we represent all of them. And if we're not projecting that out to our community, then we need to be projecting that out. But I think we want our parents to be going to our superintendent and following the way things, to the principal.
Or their
and
principal.
follow the steps the right way. I don't want parents calling me. I want them to be calling the people that fix the problem.
I think to that point, I know that the previous superintendent gave us data of the populations of where people live and who attended what schools, and I remember that what was presented was that we have we do not have actual neighborhood schools.
Correct.
That most of the children are all over for all kinds of reasons. So I think that goes to your point of even if, whatever area we live, that doesn't necessarily mean that those children attend the school in
that
my
neighborhood.
trustee
True,
neighborhood.
right.
So I think, just to
But your
your point.
demographic is still your demographic,
Right.
and it informs
Right.
your passion for
Right.
running.
But
Right.
we've always instilled in this community that you go, if you're wanting to enroll your child, you're new here to
You can-
Hollister. Okay, what is the closest school to me? If they don't know this office exists here, they would generally just, knock on the door at a school that's closest to them and then go from there.
Correct.
So again, trying to disseminate this information and be consistent with the message is important because that's what we've instilled in our community based on
No,
our
that
history.
That
So-
completely makes sense, and so I guess that speaks to something bigger, like, what is the experience of a parent coming to knock on their neighborhood school's door?
Right.
That be consistent, that whomever it is they speak to at that particular school site says, well, this is your neighborhood school, but let's
But-
talk about how Hollister School does, all the other opportunities.
And that's,
within
I think
Hollister
a
School
big, conversation being that with growth,
Right.
some schools are impacted more than others.
Agreed.
And they may need to end up, so I think conceptually, it's just trying, if we're not gonna have neighborhood schools moving forward, that we then talk to our stakeholders about what that will look like moving forward.
Agreed.
Because
It's a bigger
if Erica
discussion.
said
Right.
it's everywhere kids can have a choice, then there really isn't a neighborhood school concept anymore. We're gonna move away from that, and now you can go to this school or that school or wherever and not think, oh, well, I wanna walk my kid to this school, but then I was told there's no room. I don't understand. Okay, so I think communicating that to how we want to move our district forward as far as where your child may end up going to school, because it may look differently for every single family.
Agreed.
I still see, Trustee Grist, do you have your hand up, or is that from before?
I'll take it down, sorry.
No problem, just checking. Do we have
There
any
you
other
go.
questions or comments for Nicole?
No, I don't think so.
All right, thank you, Nicole, for the
Thank you,
presentation.
and
Nicole.
even listening to your discussion now, that the way that it seems like your school district's set up, what a wonderful way that you, as the board, can serve your entire community by trustee area, because you have a little bit of each school within the boundaries of your trustee area, and that's really cool. We don't see that a lot when we're working with different districts, and so it's really wonderful to hear your heart for your communities, and to be able to come alongside you all in this.
Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate your time.
See you on the 22nd.
Okay, so do we have,
You don't have to take action.
no
or anything.
action, okay. But there's a resolution,
Just in case you would want to,
Okay.
because we've talked about it before.
Okay.
but
but we don't have to take
No,
action.
it'll come back on the 22nd.
Okay, moving on to, is there any public comment for closed session?
No phone heads around.
Okay,
Volume's on.
okay, and do we have a motion to convene to closed session?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay,